to be alive. We are now on to day three. I said day three. Day three of the Razor C Invitational for the MLBB division. And I just want to get a broomstick because we've been getting so many clean sweeps left and right from yesterday's matches, and this is a tournament where it features the top teams coming from Southeast Asia. So yesterday, or the first 2 days, we had Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, Brunei, even the Philippines to just show up and flex to us what they've got. But today we have new contenders in town. We've got Vietnam, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. So if you've come here to support your country, go and start flexing them in the chat right now. Hi and hello to everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Of course, my name is Aya Esmaria. And what are we all fighting for this Razor C Invitational? Of course, we are all trying to achieve that 30,000 USD as the prize pool for this year's Razor C Invitational for the MLBB division. And later on, we've got some announcements and activities or like giveaways for you guys. So please stay tuned until the end of the program. So, is everybody ready for day three? I hope you guys are ready. Day three, okay, not day two. It's day three. So now I am finally giving you in the capable hands of our amazing, unstoppable, phenomenal casters. But before I proceed, you should have like a hashtag by now. Like it could be BK Nation or hashtag Burger Nation. I don't know, but that seems like it's more in favor of Burger Kim though, Burger Nation. But you guys hear me out. You should have a hashtag by now because we're gonna have 9 more days of tournament and jam-packed action for the Southeast Asia Razor C Invitational. So let's get to it, guys. Burger Kim and Inga Nation, assemble!
Thank you, Miss Aya Esmaria, for that energetic and hype introduction for day 2. Day 3.
Day three. Dengan is still having a hangover from yesterday. Day 3. It's day 3. Okay, it's day 3, everyone.
Day 3 of the Razor Invitational Southeast Asia. Now, a quick recap of what happened between the first 2 days of the Razor Invitational Southeast Asia Group A group stages. We had Philippines going undefeated, 4 games, 4 wins, 0 losses, as well as Myanmar with 3 wins and 1 loss, making them advance to the playoffs next week.
Yeah, but it's quite exciting that we had like exciting matches for the past 2 days. And for today, actually our very first series for today is going to be teams we haven't seen yet, teams that haven't competed in the group stages yet. So we're going to be having Indonesia and Vietnam going head-to-head in this very first game for today. Who are you rooting for? Do let us know in the comment section. Is it Indonesia win or is it Vietnam win? And of course, like what I have mentioned, she should also have her own hashtag. Don't forget to tag us casters as well. Ingen Nation and Burger Kim Nation. This just is a testament to me and Ingen's combination here in the Razor Invitational Southeast Asia. But you know what? Not so much about us, but more about the players. Indonesia is also a known powerhouse, as well as Vietnam. Their rising passion for MLBB is just there, and I'm so excited to see what they'll put out today. And who knows, Ingen, we might see something new once again. Like yesterday, we've seen the meta of Johnson in Cambodia as well as Myanmar. So will it be the same case for Vietnam? Because Indonesia, I feel like they have very similar meta to the Philippines. I heard
Your
we do a
team
lot of
is
scripts
banning.
together, we do a lot of practices together. So I feel like it is going to be quite similar for Indonesia. We're more onto the assassin type
team
of
is banning.
junglers. We're more onto the front-to-back type of composition. But here we have it. Once again, it's quite the same for our 3rd day already. The Glue and the Selena. I'm not surprised if the Valentina will be taken out as well. Cecilia, these are top-tier picks when it comes to the banning phase.
And as we recall from the previous series, a common trend with winning teams is they have the Paquito core along with
I
that
didn't cure
Matilda
the
roam.
pain.
If you've
Your
noticed, if
team
you
is
go
banning.
back to the previous series in the last 2 days, usually Paquito core wins the games, and of course that Matilda roam alongside for the Philippines case that Veil mid was a really surprise pick and really served them up well. But now we will see another ban here. Valentina, I think we won't be seeing Valentina any longer in the series, as you mentioned in the first day. But that glue ban is really a staple
Only
here,
love
as it's
and
always a pick
light.
or
Your
ban,
team is banning.
as we recall in the previous matches. A lot of XP laners have trouble dealing with that glue, along with that Sicilian also in the mid lane.
Yep, Vietnam really taking out the Sicilians. So the next viable options here would perhaps be maybe the Eve. I haven't seen a Farsa
I
just
will
yet,
protect
so
you.
maybe
Your
I'm thinking
team is
something
banning.
along the lines of an Eve, a Kagura, as well as a Lilia when it comes to the mid lane. Last ban here for Indonesia is going to be a center
Thorns
tank,
were met.
the Lolita,
Your
as well as the
team is
Lancelot, which
picking.
seems to be a popular pick as well in Indonesia. I mentioned the Assassin meta in Indonesia that is also quite popular. So I feel like for the first pick here, Matilda would be a great start. It doesn't reveal so much about what Indonesia wants to happen. They can also go for the
Always on the
standard
way.
Paquito as well.
Your
But yeah,
team is
Matilda
picking.
is. Yeah. Matilda is a staple pick when it comes to the pause 4, pause 5, mainly because it has a lot of mobility. At the same time, you can have a lot of ins and outs and clashes,
The night
but
sky
it doesn't
tells
reveal too
all.
much of the composition that you want to happen. So I guess Indonesia is a great start with the Matilda, but Vietnam does answer it out with the Esmeralda, a great answer to the Matilda. There's a lot of shields with this Matilda, so
Among the
the Esmeralda
plains
Your
exists a
just
team
eats
is
it up.
equilibrium
picking.
Like Esmeralda
which I
and
was
the
made
Eve,
for.
solid first two picks from Vietnam.
So I think since the Esmeralda has been picked by Vietnam, we will see a Uranus XP laner maybe on the side of Indonesia, as they
Perhaps, yeah.
also pick up this Paquito core. Maybe if I get this right, BK, I am indeed following your footsteps for the previous two
Nah, we're on the
days. So
same page.
my bet is Paquito core. No, it's come on. Can you please
Yeah,
pick
Clint,
Paquito
yeah,
core?
very
You
viable
live
gold
there,
lane. I think
and I
they
live
might pick a
on
plus 4 here, perhaps maybe even a Lilia or a Kagura actually to go up against this Eve. Kagura has been a
Your
staple,
team
but
is picking.
shaking things up. Ooh, it's the Matilda high loss combo. So a lot of mobility for Indonesia. And to sum it all up, they have this Clint as well in the gold lane. So now with that being said, the biggest question is who is going to be the gold laner here for Vietnam? Still a lot open. Guessing maybe a Beatrix or a Brody would be really good. Or maybe even the Popple and Koopa. We can see it in the composition of Vietnam. Or maybe in this case, they might want to secure already a jungler for the side of Vietnam. Since actually, I'm thinking it might be a possible high loss jungler as well.
Your
But the
team
Paquito,
is
like what we
banning.
mentioned, you mentioned that it would have been good actually for Indonesia, but Vietnam does take it away. So kind of confirms the fact that yes, they have secured their jungler.
Sir,
Esmeralda will
what's your
definitely go
command?
to
Your
the
team
EXP lane.
is
Vietnam
banning.
bans out that Fanny as well, since Indonesia still doesn't have a jungler here. So I'm not surprised for the last ban here of Vietnam. Could be another jungler here, Ling or maybe even the Hayabusa. But taking a look at Indonesia's composition rather, they still need a gold lane. So maybe they can limit it out. Popple and Koopa, Brody, Beatrix, these are heroes you can take out of the equation. It's just so difficult to deal with, especially if you're going up against a Clint. We've seen it yesterday. Like, I believe it was the Philippines. Toshi was having a difficult time dealing with the Popple and Koopa,
Popple and
especially with
Koopa
the
are the
pokes
Your
best.
it
team
does
is
have. And
banning.
as I'm saying that, it is going to be the Popple and Koopa banned out for
It's
Indonesia.
time to go to the Irritation.
Your
Another
team
viable
is
option
banning.
also in the gold lane is Lunox. The Lunox gold lane or the Lunox mid laner. Actually, Lunox has been winning a lot of games in the previous matches in the previous series from the past 2 days. As we mentioned that unexpected combination of Lunox and Johnson by the team of Cambodia. Maybe Lunox will be a good viable pick here on the side of rather Indonesia or Vietnam.
Yep,
Your
they can
team
take
is
out
picking.
a possible center tag since there's not a lot of, not so much CC here. So if the Kufra does decide to dive in, it's going to be difficult to deal with, especially since your boss 5 is going to be a Matilda. So taking a look at the final two picks here for
Your
both teams,
team
it's
is
going to be the
picking.
Brody that's going head to head since the Poplar Krupa is already out. Indonesia still needs a jungler here. Lunox, yeah, would definitely be
Always
good. I was gonna
trust
say
the
it would
message
be
from
a
your
Lunox to
soul.
go up against the Esmeralda to counter out the Esmeralda as well as the Benito. But now, biggest question for Indonesia, who's gonna be their jungler? I'm not so sure if they want to go for the Hayabusa or perhaps the Ling to deal with the backlines here of Vietnam. They have an Eve in their composition, so it's not going to be easy to win those team fights, especially if the real world manipulation is up here for Vietnam. So what's it going to be? Will it be an assassin jungler here for Indonesia, knowing for a
Your
fact that
team
they
is
actually
picking.
love the assassins? I mentioned it earlier. It's going to be the Hayabusa to deal with the Eve, to deal with the Brody. But final pick here for Vietnam, the Johnson. They're hovering over the Johnson, the Angela, perhaps the Angela Paquito, Angela Esmeralda is very much viable. But
The
the
hunt
Ruby,
begins.
I feel like it would have been great to have the Angela, especially since you have like two tanky heroes. But at the same time, I'm kind of thinking, I kind of understand why Vietnam does go for the Ruby. Um, they need the tankiness here. Since they have the Brody, they have the Eve, they need someone to cover, and the Ruby would be the final pick here for Vietnam.
Good compositions for both sides of the teams. Indonesia picking that Hayabusa as their main core, along with Vietnam with Ruby as their last pick. So far, who are you siding with in terms of the team composition?
Oh, I'm not so sure because both teams can actually dive. If you take a look at Indonesia's composition, they have the Lunox, they have the Hayabusa, and at the same time, you can tank out all the damage with the Hylos. So I believe this Hylos is going to go into the EXP lane. And at the same time, when you head into the mid to late game, this Hylos will actually kind of serve as a frontliner or serve as a tank. Since their pause 5 is going to be a Matilda, yes, it has the
5 seconds
mobility, it
till
has
the
the
enemy
tankiness with
reaches the
the
battlefield.
items that it
Smash them.
will actually have by that time. But at the same time, it is just a Matilda. It can be easily burst down by the members here of Vietnam, especially since they have the heavy CC here, the Paquito, the Ruby, as well as the Esmeralda.
And I do believe we also experienced a Hylos and Matilda combination in the previous matches, as they were actually the aggressors in the first part, as that glorious pathway along that circling eagle was used to initiate a lot of engagements. But coming in the mid game and in the late game, they were actually using those skills instead to disengage and to fall back against the enemy. So we'll see if Indonesia will be able to capitalize those initiation skills, as Paquito going right after that Matilda, who continues to stay in the lane as Hayabusa,
Oh, Joe.
will try to get this first blood on that Paquito. Lunox finishing off that Paquito with the first blood, but Indonesia is not done, as they will try to burst down this Ruby. Ruby will live. Yes, Ruby will stay alive, but in the expense of who fell down, Paquito, in the expense
Yeah.
of their main jungler, Paquito.
Oh my goodness. Did you see? I was like, where did Ka came from? Like he was on the top side and then later on you see like Indonesia is on a full brawl there with like four members going up against the jungler. I mean it was a good call, but TNTK does even it out a little bit by taking in like half of the gold rating here on the top side. No level 4 power spike left Vietnam. On the bot side though, having trouble to deal with this clit. It's great that Indonesia banned out the Poplar Kupa. It would have been a different case here for the side of Indonesia if they do go up against the Poplar Kupa. But right now, Athens
Red
going
team's
on
hero
the
has
aggressive
been
side does
slain.
take down Longstreet. Bronze on the defensive side right now. Level 2 for Bronze. Still no ultimate here, but is the target now of Vietnam as Joe is now rotating to the EXP lane as the first turtle of the game is up for the grabs.
I'm not really surprised that Indonesia, as I mentioned, is on the aggressive side, as they have the circling eagle on this Matilda, as well as this glorious pathway with that Hylos. The tankiness of both their main roamer and of course their XP laner will do them good, as they will try to initiate a lot of clashes, stopping or delaying the power spike coming from that Brody and of course that Pepito. So we will see the early game going to Indonesia, as they take a lot of aggression plays, a lot of initiation plays, and you can see right now they can even zone out that Esmeralda. Vietnam will no longer try to contest that Lord, as Hayabusa will get the free turtle for the side of
Blue team
Indonesia.
has slain the turtle.
Yeah, the turtle goes to the side of Indonesia, but Vietnam will try to equalize it by actually trying to take down Rian here in the gold lane, but they are unsuccessful doing so. So that totally gives Indonesia so much space, so much gold and EXP right now. But with that being said, the composition here of Vietnam is built on clashes. They have the Eve to their advantage. I'm just wondering why they don't initiate as much clashes. Right now, Indonesia going on the full aggressive side here. Afen, here comes the real world manipulation as well on the backlines. Does chunk down Afen and Meta real low, but they are able to escape that since they do have the Matilda here. Right now, the pressure is mostly here on the gold lane since Vietnam is actually having a difficult time dealing with Rian's pokes here, going for the endless battle first as his first item for the clip. It's going to be an easy clear on the mid side, so you're not going to be seeing a lot of brawls there. It's mostly going to be on the gold lane, or maybe even perhaps the EXP lane, as Turtle will be spawned in just a little bit, get stunned by bronze, but fortunately enough, Brad is able to escape that. That's a lot of gold plating as well. Take a look at how Maida and Afen is actually zoning out the members here of Vietnam as Rian takes down that tower on the bot side. One objective down for Vietnam, or Indonesia rather in this case.
Good shadow kill used by that Hayabusa by Brandt to actually zone out the members of Vietnam as they take down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. And really, I'm really curious to what Vietnam will do right now. As you can see that Indonesia is really on the aggressive side right now, still going after that Esmeralda, despite Esmeralda winning the XP lane. Rather, circling Eagle on that Esmeralda will connect, but no follow-up will come through as Hylos and of course this Lunox will continue to push out the tier 1 tower in the top lane as the turtle rather responds in 3 seconds. Another clash pursues here in the mid lane as Lunox will bring down that Brody alongside Clint will go down in the hands of that Paquito. Good 1-for-1 trade for both teams, but on the side of Indonesia, they lose their gold laner, they lose their Clint, and it's really vital right now since a turtle is indeed has respawned rather. So they will really need the services of that Clint to be able to get this turtle in the hands of Indonesia.
Yep, Brand already going in for the turtle immediately right after the Rian got kicked off, and this is still going to be Indonesia's game. They are on the lead by 2k, but what was great about that clash was T's positioning as the Eve. If you've seen how he positioned himself, it was behind the bushes, actually getting Rian in a very tight spot. And right now, speaking of T, does get taken down here by Brad with the Ubi Shadow kill, and Vietnam is just forced to react to that clash as the ultimates will be popped. Vietnam is having a difficult time now dealing with the clashes, even though their composition is kind of built on it. I'm kind of wondering why they're not initiating so much on the clashes. It's mostly like Indonesia just going in and Vietnam more on the reactive side. Just like that, TNTK wants to go for the falling star moon, instead backs away from that.
Vietnam really having a hard time to sustain the initiations made by Indonesia. Actually, early on in the game, there was a good real-world manipulation on the side of that Eve, but that Matilda dash is just really keeps saving the members of Indonesia. That's why they couldn't really go for those kills as Hayabusa tried to go for the shadow kill against that Brody and Ruby, but Clint will take down that Eve along with Quito again going for that Clint. Good clashes again. Good exchanges on the side of Indonesia and Vietnam.
Yeah, the mid laner for the gold laner still. Vietnam has an answer. TNTK gets chunked out real low with the ultimate burned down by Maida just to take TNTK down, and that is really what you want if you're a Lunox. You just take down tanky heroes like the Esmeralda. Still, Indonesia leading this one with a 2k gold lead, given the fact that they have taken in 2 turtles as well as 2 towers. Now, it seems like Vietnam is trying to engage a lot of clashes here on the mid side, especially since they have all of their damage dealers going here, but Brand, it's a good call that he was actually able to push that minion wave on the bot side as Rian is trying to clear that top side. It's all about the objectives. Here comes the ultimate, paired in by Maida as Bronze will now be backing away from that clash.
Made a good ultimate in time as Paquito failed to bring down Lunox in the process. Hylos continuing to go for that move. A falling star moon will fall indeed on the side of Hylos, but Matilda again saving this Hylos from the potential death for the side of Vietnam. I really love how this Matilda works being able to zone out a lot of members on the side of Vietnam, as well as save not only their damage dealers but also their tank players, as Hylos having trouble against this Paquito will try to disengage, but will the Esmeralda bring the Hylos down? Yes, indeed, Esmeralda will bring the Hylos down, but Hylos, along with the other reinforcements of
Okay.
Indonesia, will go right after that Esmeralda. We shadow kill on that Esmeralda, and Hayabusa will bring down that Esmeralda. An XP laner for an XP laner, as Lunox sees the opportunity to burst down that Brody. Brody will go down, ult on that Lunox. Ruby trying to stay away, but will be taken down by Matilda. Another reinforcement, re-engagement on the side of Indonesia as they take down the tier 1 tower, but Hayabusa is not over as they try to burst down the tier 1 tower. Along with that, Eve now disengages and will try to gain more resources to be able to take down the level 1 doors.
Yep, Indonesia 9-3 up against Vietnam. They also have the 5k gold advantage up against Vietnam right now in the 8-minute mark. It's a big factor that Maida was able to take the Lunox on the mystery shop emblem, therefore already getting the lightning treasure as early as the 9-minute mark. Usually it comes in the maybe the 10-minute mark or the 11-minute mark, but it is so painful to actually get inside the Order of Brilliance of the Lunox. It just melts down all the tanky heroes here. And by the way, none of them have any magic resistance items yet. So Maida is just wrecking havoc towards the tanky heroes here of Vietnam. And right after that, Indonesia can just go, like Brand here can just go for the final kill on the backlines here of Vietnam. That is their biggest problem. It is Maida's Lunox that is standing on a 2-0-3, by the way.
Mira actually easily bursting down that Esmeralda with spamming those skills as they take good position here in the Lord lane. I believe Vietnam will no longer engage in the first takedown of the Lord, as they really couldn't handle, even the Esmeralda, the most tanky player on the side of Vietnam, couldn't handle the damage output of that Lunox, as Lunox power spike can now be seen. Ruby trying to gain vision on that Lord as Indonesia still continues to push out the lanes. Yes, Esmeralda will go down. A solo off-cam kill on the side of Indonesia as Hayabusa will take down that Esmeralda. Matilda trying to zone out the rest of their members of Vietnam as they will try to take down this Lord, this level 1 Lord, to be able to push the remaining towers of Vietnam.
Yeah, Indonesia with the superior positioning and with 5 turrets down on their side, Vietnam has not even taken down any of the towers here from Indonesia. It seems like it's still good for the next game here. If you take a look at the towers of Indonesia, it's all complete. They can still use it for the next game. But you know what? Kidding aside, if you take a look at the items, Ka as well as Afen already has the items to actually sustain all the damage that T as well as Nongsui is actually putting out. But right now, Indonesia, they have the leverage rather of the Lord on the top side. So it's going to be easy for them to push at least the tier 2 tower here on the mid side, or maybe even perhaps get an inhibitor there on the top side, as another clash will be out once again. And Maida on a killing spree gets bronze on the backside. Goes in here with the Ring of Order as well as the Joyous Pathway, but here comes the ultimate as well from T, and that is the opening that they needed. Jong goes in with the wombo combo. 2-for-2 trade here for both Indonesia and Vietnam. Vietnam still holding on though, but Maida on the full aggressive side on the back lines, bursting that ultimate and is able to escape that with the guiding wind from Athens as well. Great call for Maida to do that dive to take down Joe in the process, the jungler here of Vietnam.
Good re-engagements for both sides as they were able to take down numerous heroes on that clash and also take down the Lord and sustain their tier 1 tower, their inhibitor towers here in the mid lane and the bot lane, as the defense for the side of Vietnam continues. What an as you mentioned a while ago, what a good call by Maida to go right after, to continue the attack and to go right after that. Was that the Eve or was that the Ruby, I believe? But good call on the side of Maida to be able to burst down the remaining players of Vietnam and actually push to be able to push that tier 1, that inhibitor tower rather, in the top lane.
Yep, if you take a look at the items as well of Indonesia, but hold that thought, look at the all-out clash here. Indonesia on the full defensive side now, but take a look at Maiden's damage and Rian as well, already securing in the Malefic Roar. And as for Maiden, if you take a look at her items, he already has the Holy Crystal as well as the Divine Glaive. So that is going to be additional magic penetration here on the side of Indonesia. Yes, Bronze does have that Athena shield, but that's not going to be enough to actually sustain all the damage that Maida is actually bringing out. By the way, he's already standing at a 404. That is mostly all the kills are going to this Lunox, which is actually doing really well, which I mentioned earlier would do great up against TNTK's Esmeralda. But right now, Vietnam does answer it out with that clash, forcing Indonesia to back away. It's great. The perfect timing here of T on this Eve actually securing in that Ice Queen mod for that additional slow when it comes to the clashes. So right now Indonesia has to watch out for T's Eve just in case another clash will happen here in the Lord Pit. But right now this is the Luminous Lord that we are talking about, Ingen. The Luminous Lord that both teams need to get, and as I'm saying that, it's a quick takedown on the Lord here for Indonesia.
That was actually a beautiful set on the side of Vietnam, as Bronze was able to set two members of Indonesia and that Falling Star Moon right on time to take down and burst down two members of Indonesia. But as you mentioned, that was also the Luminous Lord for the side of Indonesia. Now Vietnam will have more trouble trying to take down that Lord and also have to deal with Maida's Lunox, as Lunox has now
Exactly.
she has really a good score right now, 404 on the side of Indonesia. Lunox, and also her good positioning along with that good initiations for that Hylos and of course that Matilda. I believe Vietnam will have trouble defending this wave brought by that Lord, and of course the clashes initiated brought by Indonesia.
Yep, speaking of clashes in Maida already secured in the Genius mod, so Maida is definitely gonna go for those dives as the Lord is still up and running, up and kicking on the glorious pathway. Here comes Athen as well with the Serpent Eagle, but T on the backside with the real world manipulation. But take a look at the damage as well coming in from T as Riyadh gets taken down here by Vietnam with no gold laner here. It is once again Vietnam successfully defending their base. They have one more inhibitor up left. The biggest problem there was that Riyadh got caught in the midst of the real world manipulation. It's actually very, very deadly, especially since T already has the vital item that an Eve needs, which is the Ice Queen wand. Athena's shield actually surprisingly for the Eve. So when it comes to the clashes, one essential pick-off here for Vietnam will actually do the trick, but Maida once again going in for those dives. Bronze, Mongsui on the backside trying to deal in a lot of damage here. The shutdown though onto Maida, but the isolated clashes as well. Vietnam getting the pick-off that they want for the mid laner for the EXP laner. Finally, the shutdown onto Maida is what they needed. And right now, Indonesia, after Maida is down, it's going to be difficult to do in those dives, especially since he is the one actually taking down the tanky heroes here from Vietnam. But still, Indonesia on the lead here with the 3K gold lead up against Vietnam. But right now, these are moments wherein you kind of have to think if you are Vietnam. Okay, yes, Indonesia has the kill score lead, but at the same time, there is still a huge potential for a comeback, especially since they have Eve, who has now scaled up when it comes to clashes in this. The conceal has been popped up here by Bronze. Here comes Ka as well, sustaining in all the damage. But right now, it is gonna matter when it comes to the clashes again. Both these teams, it doesn't matter anymore with the composition. It is going to be a matter of execution here.
Another enhanced Lord respawns as the fight continues here in the Lord Pit. Actually, the first clash in the base of Vietnam. The aggressors were actually Indonesia with that glorious pathway along with that circling eagle, focusing the attack on Esmeralda. But somehow Bronze was able to set up Rian and of course that Matilda, and the falling star moon always seems to connect, always seems to be casted at the right place at the right time as both teams try to poke each other. No one's yet has a good position, rather clear position on this Lord, as the Lord will reset. This Lord will actually determine who will win this game, despite Indonesia actually having a lot of towers left. This luminous enhanced lord will do the trick to bring down most, if not all, the towers for any side of either team.
Yep, you see the mind games of these two teams as Brent is actually positioning himself for a possible split push. But here comes Ka, perhaps an initiation here from the side of Indonesia. Here comes the glorious pathway as well, but Mongsui on the back side doesn't have that much damage since he went for the sustained items as well. But here comes Joe and TNTK on the back side, but take a look at the damage that is being taken here by Ta in the midst of it all. Real world manipulations here for T. Impeccable positioning, but Brad also goes in. Here comes Maida with this Lunox, spamming in those ultimate Rian with the proper positioning as well. Here comes the Super Hero flight on Matilda, tries to take down Mongsui, but fortunately enough, Mongsui does have that immortality being popped up right now, and with only T and Mongsui, I feel like Indonesia can just end this right now, but T is the only one left to defend this space. Will he be able to defend it? Winter Truncheon is not enough as Indonesia takes this game with in a very dominating fashion with an almost wipeout.
A good clash for the side of Indonesia. I actually like the final clash as we saw a face-off between the two junglers of Hayabusa and Paquito, both popping immortalities for each other, but Hayabusa winning the clash in the end, as well as Maida going right after that Esmeralda, easily bursting down that Esmeralda to secure the kill, as Indonesia only lost one player there in the final clash as they burst down the remaining members of Vietnam and take down the base tower of Vietnam to secure game one of a best of two series between Indonesia and Vietnam.
Yep, that is our post-game results, of course, brought to you by RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. Afen, the MVP of this game. Yes, we didn't really see much of Afen, like not so much on the killing spree, or you don't really hear that much, but Afen already assisted the entire team by assisting 16 kills for Indonesia. And let's take a look at the highlights of the game. Yes, T's positioning was superior, but Maida can totally do all those dives. As you can see on the mystery shop emblem, he was able to actually get all the necessary items that he needs to get to actually dish out those damage up against Vietnam. Here comes TNTK. Yes, TNTK did get Ka in that clash, but fortunately enough, it was a 1-for-1 trade. But Vietnam did win some of the clashes, but when it comes to the clashes, it's always Maida that seems to be initiating, that seems to go for those fearless dives, as Vietnam is always forced to back away from them.
Actually, I noticed that Indonesia on the aggressive side, popping that glorious pathway and that circling eagle most of the time, but somehow Vietnam with that Ruby and Esmeralda always seems to counterset them in a good way, but the follow-up, the damage couldn't seem to finish the job despite a lot of stunts, a lot of knockups on for the side of Vietnam. They just couldn't handle the sustain and of course the bursting capabilities of Rian and of course Maida for the side of Indonesia, resulting to a game 1 win for the side of Indonesia.
Yep, right? That is one game down for both teams, but of course, Indonesia and Vietnam can still bounce back for this. A little bit more on the, they were quite tanky, but I guess they weren't prepared for Maida's Lunox in the clashes. And by the way, he has the mystery shop emblem, so it was very easy for Maida to actually scale up there, to actually get in the items that he needed to get. That was like, I think, 3 items of magic penetration, Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, as well as the Genius Wand. So it was very difficult to deal with Maida, including the fact that he can actually escape any clash with the ultimate. So right now, I'm going to be looking to see a possible hard reset here for the side of Vietnam, or maybe perhaps take in some of the picks here. I mean, the Eve, a great positioning actually from T, but at the same time, I'm not so sure if the Eve would have worked out, especially since Lunox is very mobile as compared to Vietnam's Eve, which is actually quite stable, great for clashes. But let's see for our game number 2, Ingrid.
Now, as we wait for game 2 to start before the drafting phase, I'd like to bring back the one and only our lovely host, Miss Aya Esmaria. Aya, back to you.
Thank you so much, Burger Nation. No, I'm just kidding. For that, for telling us the story for the game one, match one of today's day three of the Sea Razor Invitational. So that concludes uh, game one, match one, again, as Indonesia takes or gains a flawless victory for this one. Actually, I wanted to commend both teams because Indonesia uh, held it out for so long that most of their towers were still standing even at the end of the game. Well, Vietnam, on the other hand, even though they were like attacked on all sides and they were just defenseless, they really bunkered down. They really defended themselves until the end of the line, until the 18th minute mark. So awesome match for our first series here. And for those of you who just came in the stream and you're asking who are the contenders for today, we've got Vietnam, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia who will be representing here in the Razor Sea Invitational for the MLBB division. Again, this is day three, presented by Razor for gamers and by gamers, and of course, sanctioned by the Sea Games Federation. So thank you guys for making this happen. And I just wanted to just put it in there, like how the casters bring everything to life and how we just want to experience and immerse ourselves into the game sounds, the clashes, the ultimates thrown, the towers destroyed, the hype, the shouts and the screams, you know, coming from the shoutcasters, how the game is happening. And of course, we want to experience that fully, whether that's listening just by being a viewer at the comfort of our home or being a player yourself. So you know, those moments in esports and game changing plays excite the community itself with all the energy just coming from it. And of course, we want the best experience to have that. And this is why sound is key in immersing yourself into the game. Light up your immersion with the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless. Say it with me, guys. Wireless. I mean, who doesn't appreciate wireless peripherals nowadays? I mean, I do. With 16.8 million colors by Razer, RGB, active noise cancellation, and its low latency gaming mode, you can always immerse yourself to the best esports experience, be it again watching a tournament like the Razer Sea Invitational or being part of the game itself. So don't go anywhere, guys, because we still have a lot of games happening for you today, and also a giveaway. We'll be announcing the winner for our first giveaway before concluding or wrapping up the first series. So you guys want to be part of that, stay tuned. And we'll be back here in the Razer Sea Invitational 2022. back to the Razor C Invitational 2022 for the MLBB division. Once again, I'm your host. My name's Aya Isvaria, and in case you're wondering about the standings for today, we just had our first series. This is Vietnam versus Indonesia, with Indonesia taking the win for the first round. But since we are doing best of two, we still have game two, and let's see if we can witness a different ending coming from Vietnam this time and turn things around, as I would love to say it. So hello and welcome once again. Again, this tournament is presented by Razer, by gamers and for gamers, and sanctioned by the Sea Games Federation. So what are we all like aiming for, fighting for this tournament? For that 30,000 USD the prize pool, and of course I just said nah. Prize pool, and of course the glory, the credibility, so we can just prove ourselves for the upcoming Sea Games this year. And I think that with the 3 days that we've done so far, I'm seeing a lot of performances that will boost the other regions to just show what they've got for this Razer C tournament. So thank you so much for making it happen, especially giving a platform for those aspiring esports players. But I am just really talking too much, guys. But to not keep you waiting, here's game two. Again, throwing the mic back again. I hope you guys catch the mic. Burger Kim and Inga Nation. Let's get it.
Oh, I caught it. Thank you for that wonderful introduction and transition once again. Luckily, I caught my mic. How about you?
Yeah, you were like, I call my mic, but I was like, wait, the mic's right over there. But at the same time, yeah, and at the same time, I would just like to say that we are actually sporting the Razer Black Shark V2, which is super top-notch quality, by the way. Thank you so much, Razer, for sending these in. And as you can see, our voices, our broadcast quality has been up the notch for these past few days. It's all because of these upgrades from Razer. So thank you so much once again for sending these in and for having us once again in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. Of course, Inga Nation and Burger Kim at your service. Once again, this is going to be game number 2 for today between Indonesia and Vietnam. And like what Aya mentioned, will it be a different story this time for Vietnam? We'll never know. We'll see in this game number 2. I feel like they were just countered so much in game number 1 with the Lunox pick from Maida. Most of the time, if you have like tanky heroes, like Lunox is known to be a tank killer. And with how Maida was able to play that Lunox earlier on in game number 1 was just spectacular to watch. So looking forward to see, I guess, slight changes here from the side of Vietnam, or maybe if they're gonna go for those Esmeralda, those tanky heroes, maybe they should consider banning out the Lunox, especially since Maida's performance was absolutely amazing in game number 1.
Actually, to add to Maida's performance, you mentioned this early on in the game. I think it was approaching the mid game that both the tanky players of Team Vietnam didn't actually have defensive items despite the power spike we experienced from Lunox. So that's why I think that Lunox was able to actually snowball early on in the game.
Yeah,
Your team
not
is
already
banning.
taking out the Matilda actually that performed very well. By the way, Afet was the MVP for game number 1 with this Matilda, so it's quite understandable. The early invades, the early aggressions is there, especially since if you have the Matilda, it is great. Like I mentioned earlier, it's a great start, and Indonesia actually secured in that Matilda for that first game. So right now, it's going to be taken out of the equation. And with that being said, there's going to be a lot of heroes open here, just in case Vietnam does decide to go that route, like have specific respect bans here. But for Indonesia, it's still going to be virtually the same thing. The glue that has been doing so well in the patch right now has been buffed up to be an EXP laner. Not so much. He would be great as well as a roamer, but as an EXP laner, spectacular performance. We've seen it yesterday as well. Vietnam, they took out Selena as well as the Valentina earlier. So will we be seeing that type
I
of
will protect
pattern
you.
as well? But
Your
it's going to
team
be,
is
it
banning.
seems to be Afen's heroes that are the target here for Vietnam, the Lolita as well as the Matilda. With that being said, if the Valentina or the Selena is open here, Vietnam does have the first pick, so they can possibly take the Selena, or maybe in this case, if they don't take out the Selena or the Valentina, it can actually be a priority pick here for the side of Vietnam.
I think Vietnam will still go for that. Clashes will still go for that CC heavy heroes like what we experienced in the last game. Actually, despite
Your
Indonesia
team
being the
is
aggressor
banning.
and early on in the clashes, Vietnam always manages to counter set Indonesia's attack, but the damage output of Vietnam was just so little, and the sustain of Indonesia that they couldn't follow through with those beautiful sets despite those sets with those ruby and of course the good timing of that falling star moon connects. They just couldn't seem to burst down any players from the side of Indonesia.
Your team is
Yep,
banning.
it's going to be still virtually the same bans here for Vietnam. They still take out the Lancelot and the Lolita. The only difference here for the bans of Vietnam is they took out the Matilda. Lots of ins and outs. Therefore, Vietnam really had a difficult time
The
having
night
those clashes
sky
early
tells
on. But
all. Your
Indonesia
team
takes
is
out
picking.
the Esmeralda. So Valentina is open here for the very first time. So will Vietnam actually take it? But once again, Ingen, this is going to be a bait, okay? If Vietnam does get the Valentina or maybe even Selena in this case, Indonesia can answer it out with the Eve. Classic, right? Okay,
Your team
Valentina,
is
definitely you're going to take that if you have the first pick. Indonesia can answer it out with um, perhaps maybe the Lilia in this case. Lilia, Eve would be great to no, they won't pick the Eve by the way because they have the Valentina for the side of Vietnam, but they're gonna go for the Cho and the Selena. I feel like Lilia would be good up against the Valentina. Totally renders her ultimate useless, right? Like the black shoes is not gonna do much for Valentina. So I feel like it would be great if they have the Lilia as a pause here. But the Selena is open as well, mind you. So for the very first time in game number 2, there's a lot open. All right, there were a lot of respect bans for
Your
the
team
Matilda and
is
the
picking.
Esmeralda for both sides. Therefore, opening up the Valentina as well as the Selena for this game. Valentina, by the way, the very first time it has been opened here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia, and Vietnam gets it for this game. So will it be a game changer here for Vietnam? We'll see after we take a look at the final composition here of Vietnam. Valentina first pick, the Clint as well
Time to level
to
up
add to that
your
damage.
team
But
is
I did
picking.
mention this Lilia would render Valentina's ultimate
Okay, good
useless.
progress. Good
So
excellent. All right,
Vietnam
so
actually does get this Lilia. So it means that
Your
this
team is
Valentina
banning.
could be the tank Valentina or the pause 5 Valentina for the side of Vietnam.
Interesting picks on the side of Vietnam, securing that Lilia
Your
to be able
team
to
is
avoid
banning.
that Valentina being countered out by Indonesia. But I haven't seen Valentina actually so much in action that I'm not sure. I have no idea whether Valentina would actually be a
team
good
is
tank,
banning.
especially up against a lot of CC players in the composition of
Exactly.
Indonesia with that show, with the Way of the Dragon and the Abyssal Arrow coming from that Selena.
Your
So
team is banning.
we'll see how this pans out.
Yep, exactly. It seems like the final bans are targeted towards the junglers. So right now, with that being said, all of the assassins are already out. So perhaps we'll be seeing something along the lines of a fighter jungler. So maybe a Bane, an Olus, or maybe even perhaps the Barats here. So it really depends what the final ban here for Vietnam. A lot of assassins take it out. I'm not so surprised if they'll perhaps take out the maybe something along the lines of a tanky any jungler here. I feel like that's the target here for both of these teams. But let's not forget the Roger. The Lee Shin is still very much open right now.
I do believe,
I'm the priestess
as you
of
mentioned,
Your
the
team
Edith
is
will be
the
banned. I
hunter
do
of all
believe
the
a
evil
good core
gods.
on the side of Indonesia would actually be a Roger, despite Indonesia having two marksmans being able to easily burst out that
The
Lilia
hunt
and of course that Flit, and
begins.
eventually
Your
that Valentina
team
as
is
well, as
picking.
Indonesia will get their turn on that Ruby as they stole the Ruby from Vietnam. Actually, Ruby on the hands of Vietnam was actually a very vital piece on the clashes, as he was able to always counter set the initiations brought by Indonesia. And I think we will see my favorite hero over here, the one and only Kufra, as Vietnam hovers over this Kufra. Nope, I think they will go instead with the Jawhead, as they also hover with that YSS. Please pick Kufra, Vietnam, please. I wanna
I feel
cast a
like
Kufra game.
yeah, I do. I think you did cast a coup for game in in day number one, but I feel like for this case, they're having a difficult time like picking between like Kufra or the
Your
it's gonna be
team
the
is
Kufra here.
picking.
Considering the fact that it's quite squishy, the lineup here of Indonesia, the first three picks, the Cho, the Selena, as well as for the first time we're gonna be seeing a Benedetta jungler here. So we're gonna see a lot of chases here for. Oh no, it's gonna be a Kimmy jungler here. So I was kind of wondering how that's gonna pan out because Benedetta has been adjusted to fit the EXP lane or the gold lane. So it's going to be a Kimmy jungler that's gonna go up against a decent shit. Vision Gaming is present for both teams here, for both Vietnam and Indonesia. So you have the Selena, you also have the ultimate here of the East shit that's gonna matter really when it comes to the positioning here of both Vietnam and Indonesia. But when you take a look at it, I'm really so excited to see the debut of Valentina for the very first time here in the Invitational, in the hands of Vietnam at that. And they still need a point here. Their debut hasn't been great so far in the first game, but right now it could be a game changer. This Valentina, let's take a look at it, especially since there's a lot of ultimates that it can take. For Valentina, I feel like it would be wise to take the ultimate here of either the Cho or the Ruby for the additional CC, the additional setups here for the side of Vietnam. So, yup, it is going to be surprisingly an EXP lane Valentina because it's going to be the Kufra who's going to be the roamer here. So, quite interesting that the Valentina is so flexible that you can put it either in the gold lane or either in the EXP lane. That is really what you get with the Valentina being in
Even
your
the
team
roamer,
composition.
as Benedetta tries to get an early start on that Clint, zoning out those creeps as well as trying to burst down that Clint in the gold lane, as Lilia thought about reinforcing Clint, but nope, instead backs out as another clash pursues here in the mid lane. Kimmy continuing to go right after that YSS. Good part on that show to be able to zone out those attacks by YSS. Valentina actually, an even matchup on the side of Ruby and Valentina, as both heroes have low to mid health right now, but nothing happens still in the mid lane as Valentina will try to get that Kufra out of the bountiful. Flickers out right now with that execute. Benedetta finishing off that first blood with an execute on that Kufra, as well as this show will try to go for that Vietnam. Still no way of the dragon, but the tenacity, the concussive blast rather, on that show will not finish off this Valentina, as Selena will try to get winning the lane here in the mid lane, as she will try to burst down this Lilia. Lilia will indeed go down for the side of Indonesia. Another solo kill for Indonesia.
Yep, despite the fact that they burned out all those purifies, all those flickers, it was still not enough actually to take in the damage coming in here from Indonesia. This is gonna be a fast early game, a fast rotation. There's a Selena, there's also a Benedetta here that can really rotate. You've seen it. Indonesia got 2 solo kills here for both Meta as well as Brian. And right now, speaking of Indonesia, Brand has the position here to get this turtle, whereas it seems like Vietnam is just going to equalize by just ganking this bot side. 3 members down here, Brian real low here, as 4 members will try to rotate here as Indonesia does get that first turtle of the game. Still no casualties for them, so it is once again Vietnam on the losing end as Afed tries to chase down TNTK here. TNTK does have the black shoes still, but the constant pressure here, the constant aggression of Indonesia is very, very much present here.
The early game sustainability of that show, despite having to deal with 3 members of Vietnam, was still able to escape the attack coming from that Kufra along with that YSS. But Cho, going right after that Kufra. Another battle between the roamers right here, as Benedetta will try to steal that red buff. Nope, just zoning out on the bottom lane, trying to get a good vision on where the gold laner Clint is, as he tries to clear down the lane here in the bot lane. Wow, I just can say that Indonesia early on, the creeps haven't even started, and Indonesia's aggression can already be felt. Starting off with that Benedetta, clearing out, cutting the lanes in the bottom lane as Valentina here is clashing with this Ruby. Ruby will go down in the hands. Nope, will not go down in the hands of this Valentina as she tries to micromanage that Valentina here in the top lane. Kimmy trying to reinforce that Ruby, but will this Valentina go down? Kimmy trying to wait patiently here as they try to burst down this Valentina, coming off with that YSS ult. But yes, indeed, this Valentina will stay alive. No ult on the side of that Kimmy to be able to finish the job as Split forces to go back to the base to relocate and to regen as Kufra trying to micromanage this Benedetta.
Yep, gold lane, it seems like Vietnam is winning that gold lane, but the interpretations here from Indonesia is actually confusing Vietnam on where they need to go, since Vietnam is already winning on the gold side, is in a dangerous position as well, gets used the ultimate here. I was actually quite confused who was using the Way of the Dragon, but Indonesia gets that turtle despite all of that. Real low, but does have that has clause finally, but is forced to back away. The pokes from the Valentina is quite on point right now, as Indonesia Maida will take down TNTK in the process.
Despite the Tyrant's revenge on that Selena, Selena was still able to bring down that Lilia down despite the 2-for-1 deficit, as Kufra charges his Tyrant's Rage, will back off as the sustain and of course the damage output of the Selena and Show is too much to handle, too much to bite off from the side of Vietnam, as Benedetta will go for that final blow. Show Way of the Dragon on that Kufra, but the direction of the Way of the Dragon wasn't properly executed, as he actually helped Kufra escape that onslaught coming from Indonesia.
Indonesia, still no kills here for Vietnam. They have the priority pick of the Valentina. Now, the biggest question is, it seems like the laning phase, it's going to be really hard, especially since Ngong Sui has the clip here to go up against the Benedetta. Yep, there are the pokes from Benedetta, but Indonesia, they know very well that Ngong Sui needs to be taken care of. They go in for the dive, they take down Bronze, and now Ngong Sui is the only one left as they go in for a full dive. That is crazy, as now the tower on the top side will be the equalizer here for Vietnam, as Indonesia can now push this, as Ngong Sui is taken down here by the members of Indonesia. Now they look to take this mid-side tower, but T as well as TNTK will be rotating to this mid-side, as Brad will pop in that ultimate to force them to back away. In terms of the goal lead, it's still Indonesia leading this one, but when it comes to the objective takes, it seems like both teams, they know very well on how to deal with the tower takes, especially since Indonesia can rotate really fast around the map. It is going to be hard, as Vietnam needs to take in towers as fast as possible. If you take a look at what Rian is doing on the top side, he's actually pushing in those minion waves as well, as Indonesia is now setting up for this turtle take, the third turtle actually for the game here for Indonesia.
Abyssal Arrow will connect on that Kufra, as well as the Way of the Dragon, as they try to burst down the Kufra and take a solo uncontested kill on that turtle, as Kimmy finishes off that turtle. Another clash will pursue here in the mid lane, as the reinforcements from Indonesia will do the job. Way of the Dragon on that Show. Valentina actually stealing that skill from that Show, but will go down in the hands of Kimmy, and at the expense of their own jungler. But ISS re-engages on that Kimmy jungler, trying to burst down that Kimmy, and did the job as well. Good clashes for both sides of Vietnam and Indonesia, but at the expense of their mid laner as well as their jungler, as Kufra will bring down this Ruby as they take down the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. A lot of messy clashes for the side of Indonesia. Although they initiated the clashes, Vietnam was still able to manage to relocate, reposition, and of course re-attack on the side of Vietnam, as they take down the jungler and of course the roamer and the tank of Indonesia.
Yeah, especially if you have this dive composition, you can get a little bit too greedy sometimes Brand was quite ready to do in those tower dives and didn't expect actually Joe to go in that clash. But right now, 4-9 is our score, and it seems like it's equalizing right now, especially since Indonesia is being punished here for all those dives that they are doing. Afen gets stunned here by the I am offended of Ta, as Vietnam and Indonesia will look to re-engage once again. T has the ultimate here of Cho, so Way of the Dragon here will be the trick for Vietnam, as Indonesia is now seemingly on the defensive side right now, as Vietnam takes in more towers. Surprisingly, Vietnam is doing quite well here in this game number 2.
I actually agree with your point on about the Indonesia's team composition, that it's actually a double-edged sword. Despite these agile players actually being beneficial in terms of the roaming and team clashes, it can also be a way for them to be complacent and actually be greedy on those solo kills or those team clashes, which we are now seeing here in the previous clashes, as Vietnam is actually standing their ground and actually being able to initiate and be aggressive for the side of Vietnam.
Yep, Tower takes. It seems like it's Vietnam winning this one. They are also on the gold lead, by the way. I mean, a 300 gold lead, it's not that much, but at the same time, it's kind of telling of how Indonesia is now being punished for all the dives that they're doing, especially since they have a Benedetta gold laner, which I haven't seen for so long. Here comes the stun, here comes the Abyssal Arrow from Meta, getting chunked down real low here for bronze as they are forced to back away. This is still not the Luminous Lord, by the way, but it seems like Indonesia is quite hesitant to take this one away, especially since Brian has to deal with T on the bot side as well. So there's a lot of things to consider here for Indonesia, as well as Vietnam. So for Vietnam, they have to consider the split pushes that Indonesia is trying to do, but at the same time, Vietnam does have the firepower already. Here comes the Way of the Dragon. Moxie gets taken down. T in the midst of it all, but here comes the Tyrant's Rage from Bronze, takes down Meta, but here comes the re-engage as well from the side of Indonesia, as Bronze is in the midst of it all, gets taken down. Brian with the backup in the nick of time. Ka in the midst of it all. Joe with a mega kill right now. A 2-for-2 trade here for Vietnam. BOD War Axe already secured in by Joe. As now, with that being said, the junglers are both still up here, but we can see the hesitation coming in from Indonesia right now.
Good Tyrant's Rage and Tyrant's Revenge for that Kutra, actually setting up two members of Indonesia as Vietnam tries to re-engage on that lost clash. Actually, that was supposed to be a lost clash, as Abyssal Arrow will hit on this Valentina. Kimmy will try to finish off this Valentina, and as I mentioned, Vietnam was supposed to lose that clash, as the first member who died on that Vietnam squad was actually their gold laner, their main damage dealer on that sprint. But a beautiful set for that Kufra easily sets up that clash for the side of Vietnam, as they were able to take down two members for themselves. Another clash here pursues in the Lord Pit, as Cho will go down in the hands of YSS. Abyssal Arrow on that Clint. Clint will go down thanks to that Selena Abyssal Arrow. Cobra with the Tyrant's Rage on that Selena. Selena will do the job. YSS will do the job as they clear out that
oh no, Joe!
Benedetta.
Oh,
YSS
Joe gets a triple kill
on that Timmy,
well,
and now
oh my
Abyssal
goodness,
Arrow
will he
will not
actually
connect.
go for that Maniac?
YSS still going for that Selena, Vietnam with that Savage coming off from that YSS Joe. What a beautiful solo Savage for YSS Joe. Vietnam will take down his level 1 Lord. It's not yet the Luminous Lord, but this is actually the first Savage in the group stages of the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. And who else could do it but the one and only YSS?
Yep, I did mention that the YSS is open and up for the grabs. Yes, it is quite a popular pick. Actually, we didn't notice Joe actually in the entire game. I feel like the opening here for the side of Vietnam was when Joe got a double kill on the mid lane, actually taking down two members of Indonesia, and right after that was just the power spike for this Lee Sin Shin. It is just there, and with that Savage The first Savage in the RAZER Invitational, by the way, by the one and only Joe. Now, Indonesia is on the full defensive side, and considering the fact that he gets a solo kill once again on Rian here on the top side, as Vietnam is now on the full engage. Indonesia right now, it's a virtually different story that they had in game number one. And I think Aya mentioned this earlier. Will it be a different story here for Vietnam? It seems like it is being rewritten right now by the members here of Vietnam. Joe, here comes the ultimate. Bronze goes in. No Tyrant's Rage. Avid goes in for the Way of the Dragon, but gets stunned as well by the Abyssal Arrow. But Longsui goes in, flickers in actually for the kill onto Aphid. Still a good answer here by Vietnam. And now, if you take a look at the gold lead, it is now Vietnam leading with the gold lead, with a 6k gold lead over Indonesia. And the biggest factor here is Joe's Yi Sun Shin that is on the full aggressive side. He has the War Axe, he has the BOD, the Demon Hunter Sword, all of these items just to take down the members of Indonesia. It is going to be crucial to take down Joe, but how will you be able to do that if Bronze is also there, as well as the stunts and the slows coming in from T, as well as TNTK. Now Indonesia, they are being punished for this type of composition. It is quite aggressive. Yes, they did very well in the early game, but right now it is Joe that is now shining in this mid to late game.
6k gold swing thanks to that first Savage of the whole tournament, brought to you by Joe and his YSS for the side of Vietnam. Now we will see another clash as the Abyssal Arrow hits on that Clint. Tyrant's Rage will charge on that Kufra but decides to cancel out as Benedetta will try to bring this tier 2 tower down in the top lane. Milia trying to clear out the lanes in the top lane, as well as the two roamers for both sides try to engage each other as both sides try to gain good position here in the turtle lane, which will be in the Lord lane, which will be the Luminous Lord, and is beneficial for whoever team gets this Lord. Despite the gold deficit, this Lord will even out the playing field once Indonesia gets this Lord.
Yep, then now what Indonesia is trying to do is their composition is built in on the dives, is built in on the pickups. But right now, what they need to do is actually do the split pushes, and that's what Brian has been doing. It's surprisingly enough, earlier on it was actually Ka on the EXP lane doing the split pushes, but right now Indonesia, they know their winning condition is to take in more towers, considering the fact that Vietnam has already taken 6, half of it. And speaking of towers, another one goes down under the hands of Long Sui. And now the tides have been turned here for Vietnam. They go in for the Lord. They have the superior positioning here. And with that being said, the second Luminous Lord will go to Vietnam.
Vietnam going for the full blast attack as Kufra and YSS leading the charge, forcing Indonesia to back off as they decide to defend their base instead, as they wait for the opposing Lord to charge for the side of Vietnam. Good plays on the side of Vietnam as they continue to maximize their resources, and I actually do agree that Clint is actually one of the main side pushers of Vietnam, as he was able to take down a tier 1 tower, a tier 3 tower, inhibitor tower in the top lane by himself, despite Benedetta actually cutting the lanes of the creeps here in the top lane. Will Indonesia actually be able to stop this charge from Vietnam?
Yeah, the biggest question here, I feel like a lot of people are asking, if you just tune into the live stream, what happened to Indonesia? It's because the glass cannon composition of Vietnam is working so well here right now. Way of the Dragon being used up against Aphid himself. His own ultimate takes him down in the process. Another turret down here for the side of Indonesia as they are forced to back away. Earlier on, they wanted clashes, but right now it is Vietnam and the full engage. They have reached their power spike and they will continue being aggressive. Abyssal Arrow is here, but the Purify for T is there. After tries to go in for the Way of the Dragon, being slowed down here by the bombs coming in from Ilya. Here comes the ultimate as well from our Benedetta, as Indonesia is now forced to back away, even though Vietnam has heroes that are low HP. So right now, the biggest question here for the side of Indonesia is they can't even do their split pushes anymore. They are being punished one by one by the glass cannon composition here of Vietnam. I was actually wondering why they went for the Benedetta. I mean, it would have been great to have someone with the range. Yes, Benedetta can clear out blades really fast, can do split pushes, but at the same time, we gotta deal with the Clint here as well as the Yisun Shin. So there's a lot of damage coming in from Vietnam here. It's already the 18-minute mark. So Indonesia is really having trouble here with this dive composition, with this kickoff composition that they have. It's not working really well right now, especially since they also have an initiator here, which is bronze. So one Tyrant's Rage here can do the trick here for Vietnam, can do the pickoffs that they want. Yes, Ka is here with the rubies I am offended, but after that, it is just Clint here as well as the Yisin that is going to be free hitting the members of Indonesia. So that is the biggest problem here. The pick off is no longer working here in the 18-minute mark.
Indonesia actually being forced to step out of their comfort zone as they try to regain map control since another enhanced lord will be up in 5 seconds. YSSS will be popped as Cobra with the Tyrant's Rage catching that Kimmy off guard. Clint bringing down Kimmy, and now Clint will have a double kill against that Selena as they try to continue to charge on that show. Lilia will bring down that Valentina, but no! Lilia brought down that Ruby, and now another clash, a 5-on-3 clash as commenced here in the mid lane as Okupra's Memortati will be popped. Valentina finishing off that show, so will no longer be able to defend the Indonesia squad as Vietnam takes down Indonesia for a 1-for-1 trade in a best of 2 series. And now, what an amazing game. Actually, the first Savage we experienced here in the entirety of the whole tournament, brought to you by Vietnam's very own Joe, using that YSS, which actually helped them get a 6k gold lead swing to be able to take control of the whole game and eventually even out the series to a 1-1 win.
Yep, the series with a 1-1 win. Aya mentioned it earlier. Will this be a game changer, or will the story be rewritten here for Vietnam? And the Valentina, yep, we didn't see it do so much, but I think the biggest factor here for this game is the Yisun Shin of Joe. 10-0-5 versus KDA being the MVP of this game. It was quite a slow start here for Vietnam, but they were able to bounce back as their heroes, their glass cannon heroes here, the Clint, the Lilia, as well as the Yisun Shin already scaled up. And if you take a look at the composition here of Indonesia, there's not much damage here. Yes, pick-off potential was there, but their only main damage dealer actually here was Brad. They did very well here in the early game. Killing spree, they did the dives that they wanted to do, and that's really what Indonesia was able to do, especially since the fact that they were able to get the pickups that they want. This was the turning point actually for Joe. Brad going so aggressive to actually tank in the damage from the tower, making it a double kill for Joe. And right after that, it was just a different story for Vietnam. Joe was literally on a rampage, and after that, it was just heroes after heroes being picked off here, despite the fact that Riyadh was actually able to do some split pushes, but that actually wasn't enough for the side of Indonesia. Yes, split pushes, but with the composition here of Vietnam, the heavy damage output that is coming in from them in the late game actually really wasn't in their favor. The Tyrant's Rage here of bronze was spectacular, getting a double kill for the side of Vietnam. There was still some answers here from Indonesia, but still it was Vietnam that got the winning trade there. Joe was just on a rampage here, on a mega kill at that, and this was actually another turning point here for Joe, the savage of the game. Even though Indonesia had a spectacular position here, Brand already going in for the Lord. But if you see Joe's position here, he's just actually spamming his basic attacks, getting Afen in the process. And right now, the biggest problem here for Indonesia is they went on the engage, not knowing that Joe was just on the backside there. Yes, Bronze was taken down, but now Brad and the other members here of Indonesia was trying to take down Joe. But with that being said, it was just Joe wrecking havoc up against Brad, a triple kill here, and Ka as well as Maiden trying to take down Joe here, especially the fact that they have the Abyssal Arrow, they have the setups setting up the savage here for Joe. It was just the lifesteal after lifesteal, and you see the very first savage in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia under the hands of Vietnam. A spectacular turnaround here for Vietnam, but I can just say it was a good game, well played, evening out this first game of the day again.
That Savage was actually a 1-on-3 Savage to finish off that Savage. I just couldn't believe my own eyes. They couldn't do anything to stop that YSS despite having
He was on
the
a
missile
rampage.
arrow. He was on a rampage indeed.
Yeah, he was just
Decides to
life
back
stealing.
off.
Just
Oh my God.
I'm just so surprised. Like, really, I mean, Indonesia, they wanted to go for the pickoffs. Yes, they weren't able to end the game as well. So I was kind of wondering, I was really questioning that Benedetta. I was expecting it to be actually a Benedetta jungler, but I mean, it could have been great actually if they gave Brad the spotlight, or maybe even the Kimi to go to the gold lane. But no, it was a Benedetta. So I mean, they were really punished in the late game. It was just the glass cannon composition here of Vietnam doing wonders for them in game number 2. But any last thoughts, Ingan, on that game? I mean, first Savage of this invitational.
I couldn't believe, but just to bring the topic back to that Savage, there was actually a split second when it was just 2 members of Vietnam remaining and 3 on the side of Indonesia, and YSS was just backing and hiding on that bush. But in a split second, decided to go right after that Kimmy. That abyssal arrow was about to hit that YSS, but the fast hands of this YSS, able to dodge that abyssal arrow, went right after that Ruby, and then eventually picked off that Selena with that ult. He actually casted the ult to help him get the job done as he gets the Savage. What an amazing game for Joe and the rest of the Vietnam squad.
Yeah, Ingan is totally. You know what? It's such an honor to have you recap the entire game because you're mind blown. I mean, you've seen your Kufra in action, right? And it's the first time since the game in Vietnam. So, can we safely say that so far Kufra has been doing very well here in this invitational? But you know what? Let's give you guys a break. That was such. It was a game that put you at the edge of your seat. But right now, you know, speaking of being at the edge of your seats, hold on tight as we pass back the mic to our lovely Miss Aya.
I'm so glad you guys were able to catch the mic when I threw it back at you guys. And please take care of that mic. It is worth catching because we are using... Some of us here are using the Razer mic. Yes, let's go. And it's actually pretty awesome. I think it's what Burger Kim is using right now for her shoutcasting. So just see and hear for yourself how awesome the Razer mic is, as well as the headset, which we're gonna talk more about later on. So there we have it, folks. Vietnam coming out with a vengeance. You know, I can just imagine Vietnam marching off the battlefield in slow motion, you know, with heads held high, with the banners raised, and they're just waving their flag proud as they retake game 2. What a wonderful and beautiful love story right there. This is the plot twist that I have been waiting for the past 3 days or 2 days of the Razer C Invitational, and that was so beautiful that their fates have been rewritten as they are triumphant for the game 2. Vietnam Joe, you are a hero! You are a hero wherever you are. I hope you're hearing this right now, but good job to you, man. But that is not the end of it, of course, because again, this is best of 2, and it's now a 1-1, a stalemate between Vietnam and Indonesia, which we'll see more of that later this week. But for the meantime, you know how in special occasions or in life in general, we want to come and make an impression to people. We dress to impress, dress to kill, put on those accessories for our OOTD, for our hashtag OOTD on the gram and all social media. You know, esports is no different because you can also show up in your games with those fancy clothes. And with that, you can use the Razer Gold. Razer Gold is a unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide. So Razer Gold allows you to buy games and in-game content to get more out of your purchases, including getting rewarded with Razer Silver and exclusive game deals just for you guys. So we'll be taking a short break as we are going to prepare for the second series of day 3 of the RAZER Invitational MLBB division, and we will be announcing the first winner for our giveaway, and there's more to come. We'll be spilling how you can join and win yourself some RAZER goodies. Again, this is presented by RAZER for gamers and by gamers, sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation. We'll see you back again in 5.
Yuri, you there? During, you there? During, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
During, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
During, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
During, you there?
Welcome back, guys, here in our Razer C Invitational 2022. Time check in the Philippines, 5:28 p.m. And thank you so much for sticking it out with us this long in the tournament. We are now doing day 3 for, again, the Razer C Invitational, which is sanctioned by SEA Games Federation and presented by yours truly, Razer, by gamers and for gamers. So we've just wrapped up recently our first series, which is Indonesia versus Vietnam, ending in a stalemate. But now we are moving on to the second series, which is match 2. Game number 1. This is between Malaysia versus Singapore. But before anything else, guys, we have very exciting news for you. Just to break the ice for a bit, we are now about to announce the winner for our first giveaway. So please stay tuned, guys, as I will announce the name. So this is the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless Pro winner. It's already announced in the Team Razer FB page, but if you didn't get the memo, congratulations to Alex Burlotos. Alex Burlotos! Woo! Congratulations! Congratulations! Yes, pun intended. Pun intended. So, congratulations, and you will be contacted, I think, by one of our team from Razer so you can grab your prize. And that's not all. Turn that frown upside down, because we still have 3 more giveaways for you guys, and it's exciting because we're getting more stuff from RAZER. Thank you so much for being so generous. 1 RAZER phone cooler chroma. We got 1 for RAZER Kishi, and a bundle of Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, and a RAZER phone cooler chroma, and a RAZER Kishi. Yes, all of that combined, I think that is like the best out of the prizes that we have, because you're getting the complete package from RAZER. So how do you join, you ask? I'm so glad you asked that wonderful question. All you have to do is go to Team RAZER Facebook page. There is a question there. All you have to do is comment who you will be rooting for the RAZER C Invitational. Who do you think will win at the end of the series? And then we'll be picking out a winner that will be announced on the 27th. Again, maybe you got distracted for a bit. The announcement will be on the 27th. So make sure you're present, you're there, you're ready to receive your prize. Again, thank you, RAZER. For gamers and by gamers for making us really, really happy. We're all happy. But without any further ado, because you don't want to miss this out, there's a lot of aspiring esports players just showing us their might and glory and power and what they can do. And a lot of the teams today, actually all of the teams have shown so much promise in our 2022 RAZER C Invitational. But here goes nothing, guys. To cast for our match 2, game number 1, Burger Kim and Inga Nation, roll out.
Thank you once again for that wonderful introduction for the next series of today's event, Singapore versus Malaysia. Now, BK, I'm actually jealous that we can't participate in the free giveaways for the RAZER goodies.
Yeah, we have to. But we have our own. We have our own, right? It's the RAZER, RAZER Black Shark Pro. So if you guys want to check it out, if you can hear our voices loud and clear, it's all because of this super awesome headset from RAZER, the Black Shark V2 Pro. So if you want to get your own, do check out the RAZER website as well as their other platforms to know more about this device, to know where you can get it as well. But once again, like what Aya said, this is going to be the very first game between Malaysia and Singapore that are going to be going head to head in this match number 1 in a best out of 2. And once again, reminding everyone who just tuned into our live stream, thank you so much for joining us today. But once again, it's a point system, so this is not more of it. Yes, it is a series, but you need to, if you win a game, you get 1 point. So all the points matter here for all of our teams, especially since this is a new group stage. Singapore already taking out 2 junglers at the same time. So that's the Lancelot and the Hayabusa. Malaysia as well taking out the Fanny. So if you take a look at the here, or rather the players here from both teams, they are both very much capable of drafting very well. And at the same time, I would also like to point out the team from Malaysia. They are very
Your
known
team
to be
is banning.
unconventional. I love unconventional picks. They always go for the surprises. So let's see if Malaysia will bring out a crazy draft once again to spice things up against Singapore. Valentina once again banned out. And by the way, it was open in the last match for today. It did very well so far, 100% win rate, but also almost 100% ban rate here in the Invitational.
One of the most banned and picked XP laner still up for grabs. That is Glue. Now, if you could recall the previous series, Glue has been exceptional in winning the XP lanes in the early game, as Selena as well has been banned. This Selena, although heavily banned or heavily picked, doesn't still quite assure a team having Selena a victory. So, but it's also really hard to handle the Selena, especially if the player holding it is very, very good with those abyssal arrows and abyssal traps. So I do believe that Malaysia will go for this blue ban.
Your team is
Definitely. It has been in the meta for quite some time, but with that being said, Singapore answers it out with the first pick of the Paquito. So with that being said, Malaysia can answer it out with the standard, perhaps Rafaela, then a pause for position, or maybe a Matilda and someone from Phosphorus. I'm thinking something along the lines of Matilda Lilia would be good here for Malaysia. But knowing Malaysia, they're also known for the uncontemporary picks, but they
Always on the
will hover
way.
over that Matilda. Like what I mentioned, it is really good to go up against the
Your
Paquito
team
as well
is
as the
picking.
Sicilian. So I was thinking, yeah, it's something along those lines. Matilda Sicilian, Matilda Lilia would be good. Malaysia, solid start as well, solid answer to the Paquito. They have a scaling hero of the Sicilian, not to mention the wave clear is super fast with the Sicilian. So we can see it rotate as fast as it can, as well to the other lane. So right now, Singapore, I'm thinking they can answer it out with perhaps a Kagura that can go up against this Sicilian. Or maybe even a Lilia, which is actually open right now up for the grabs here for Singapore to take. Or they can also choose to go for the gold laner, perhaps the Clint here, which seems to be a top priority pick up against the opposing team. Lilia actually would be a good pick here for Singapore, like what I mentioned, to go up against the
Your
Sicilian.
team is
Early game
picking.
advantage it has, and not to mention the Popple and Koopa as well when it comes to the pokes here. So a lot of vision. Well, not a lot of vision, but there is vision here for Singapore with the Popple and Koopa. Without the Selena in the picture, it is going to be the traps of the Popple and Koopa that will set it up for the side of Singapore. Right now, Malaysia can answer it out with the perhaps the Clint here for their gold lane, since Singapore already revealed their gold laner, which is the Popple and Koopa. Clint, Beatrix, Brody is still open here for Malaysia to take. So it really depends on them what they want to go for. So I feel like in this case, I feel like it's going to be a Clint here. Or maybe perhaps they can also try to take a jungler here, since Singapore already banned out the Lancelot and Hayabusa.
Based on the previous games, actually,
Your
as
team
Malaysia
is
takes this
banning.
Beatrix for their gold lane, Matilda has been performing very well and has a high win rate and high pick rate for the previous games. And actually, the common trend here is when teams pick Matilda, they're usually on the aggressive side, on the initiation side, early on in the game. But I'm curious to see as how will Malaysia be able to execute this, as their mid laner would be a Sicilian who relies on the late game, who relies on the scaling power. So will Malaysia still be able to utilize that early aggression on brought to you by that Matilda, or will they play more of a passive game to help
I feel like
to wait for that scaling of that Sicilian
Your
as they ban
team
it?
is banning.
yeah, going back to what you said, Ingen, I feel like definitely Malaysia will be more on the safer side, especially since Beatrix has been adjusted. Before, Beatrix was super OP when it comes to the early game, can definitely poke you a
Super.
lot. Right now, what they did was they adjusted its early game, but really, Beatrix can also scale
Your
up as
team
fast
is
in
banning.
late game. So right now, it is Singapore really limiting out the possible junglers here for the side of Malaysia. 3 assassin heroes already out, considering how good Malaysia is as well when it comes to taking the assassin picks. But right now, Singapore, with the composition that they have for their first 3 picks, that's a lot of heroes that can do the dives, especially since the Popple and Koopa here can set up the traps for Singapore. The Paquito can go in for the dives, and not to mention the slows coming in from the glooms of the Lilia. They can totally
Your
dive
team
in
is
the
banning.
heroes here of Malaysia, which is the Sicilian and the Beatrix. So right now, what Malaysia needs is a solid or a tanky side laner actually here. A tanky jungler as well would be really good for them. But
Your
with that
team
being
is
said,
picking.
speaking of tanky, Singapore also takes out the Khalid as well for Malaysia. So with that being said, I'm actually quite curious here to what Malaysia will pick out for their side laners.
Actually, Singapore going for a 3-man ban on those assassin heroes, focusing on the jungler role. But we can't forget what happened about the previous game. The one and only YSS, the only remaining assassin in the hero pool the previous game, was actually the first and the only hero to be able to get a Savage in the RAZER
Savage.
Invitational Southeast Asia. So Malaysia, if you've been watching the previous game, maybe you could get some notes, get some
Your
tricks, and
team is
do
picking.
pick that YSS and give us another
Yep.
Savage.
Ooh, the Yuzong already secured in here by Malaysia that can reach the backlines here or disrupt the composition that Singapore has. But for the very
Your
first
team
time,
is
this is
picking.
actually the first hero I ever used in Mobile Legends, and I super enjoyed using him, the D-Rod. Oh, so it's not just Malaysia who has the surprise picks here. D-Rod has been buffed up really well right now in the current patch. Look at our side laners; they both have the Petrify, so it is going to be such a treat. And with that being said, the final hero here for Singapore is going to be the Dira. That can actually be a jungler as well. So there is a lot of dice here from Singapore. Malaysia, they have these glass cannon heroes. They have the Sicilian and the Beatrix. Right now is they really need someone to front. They have the heavy damage output. They have the artillery. They need someone quite tanky to add to all that composition. And with that being said, it is going to be the Barrett's jungler here for Malaysia to answer out to all these heroes that can die from Singapore. But with that being said, there is so much heroes here that can die for Singapore. So much traps, so much vision as well. So I'm going to be expecting a lot of engages coming in from Singapore, whereas Malaysia, let's stay more on the safe side. Let's stay more on the scaling heroes, whereas I'm looking forward to see this Derot as well being played in the EXP lane. For the very first time in the Invitational, a new hero has popped up.
Another surprise pick for the side of Singapore as they take the Deeroth as their XP laner. And if you've noticed, VK, every time we see a surprise hero being picked, something magical always happens. Like
Yeah.
for instance, with the Philippines, that Veil was
Yeah,
the main
Veil.
X factor and the game changer with amazing sets by the Philippines. And also my personal favorite, although they lost one game with that combination, the Johnson and Lunox
And Lunox, yeah.
combination. So
Yeah,
we'll
if
see.
you wanna
All
learn
eyes
new
on
metas.
this D-Rot. Yes, yes. If you
Yeah.
want to learn new metas, if you want to know the surprise picks, and of course, if you want to enhance your game, stay tuned in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia as 10 countries duke it out for the coveted prize of 30,000
Till the enemy
USD.
reaches the battlefield.
Yep, that is one hefty prize pool coming in. Of course, brought to you by Razer. Thank you so much for giving this platform to all of our aspiring players, or shall I say, players who are passionate about Mobile Legends. But right now, if we take a look at the composition here of Malaysia, I feel like it's going to be deadly here for Yamichi to actually do in a possible invade. Already getting chunked down real low here by Sayla and JPL. So like what I mentioned earlier, in the early stages of the game, you definitely will see Malaysia more on the safer side, more on the passive side, whereas Singapore, you can expect them to do a lot of engages here, especially since they have the Edith, they also have the Deer. These are all heroes that can dive, and not to mention the Popple and Koopa as well that can set up the traps here for the members of Singapore to do the dives that they want. But when it comes to the late game, I would definitely have to give it to Malaysia. They have the Sicilian, they also have the Beatrix. These are two heroes that will scale up pretty well, but it seems like Adamir is doing quite well in our EXP lane, actually giving a hard time to Goldilocks, but here comes the backup from Malaysia as well, poking Adamir, letting Goldilocks have the time to actually scale up to level 4 before the turtle is up for the grabs here for both of our teams.
Second skill for Sicilian won't hit, so that gank in the top lane won't pursue as a gank of their own here in Singapore, going through the bottom lane as that Paquito, Edith, and of course Popple, along with that Lilia, still trying to manage to... Oh, what a good Earth Shaker on the side of that Edith as they will try to... But no, Edith will actually go down despite initiating that flash as the Zealand will catch that Paquito here in the bot lane. Forces of Malaysia continue to engage as Singapore forced to back out as their main jungler is low, and indeed their tank has been shut down. That was a good initiation on the side of Singapore, but here we have another flash pursuing as Yuzhong will bring down that Deroth and will eventually take down that turtle as well.
Nice possible setup coming in from Adamir. The ultimate was popped up just in time to actually get the kill, but it's a good thing that Goldilocks was there to actually pop up that Petrify and save Amal's life. But with that being said, 2-0 Malaysia on the lead right now. They have a 1.5k gold lead up against Singapore, considering the fact they also got the turtle, they also got in the kill. Yes, Singapore does have the setup, but Malaysia they know how to answer to all these aggressions that Singapore is actually setting up for them. Nice onwards there by our Edith earlier on, but unfortunately it was right under the tower. There was no minion waves, therefore it was Malaysia that got the kill right there. So if you can take a look at how Singapore and Malaysia is rotating, it's more on the bot side. Mid does get shut down real low and gets taken down by JPL and Gear. Yamichi is a little bit too late to the party. With that, Singapore does get one kill on the scoreboard as right now both of the teams, they are rotating to the bot side, to the gold lane, because this is where the second turtle will be up for the grabs once again for both of these teams.
I actually agree. They have to really focus on the gold game right now as the second turtle will pursue right now as Earthshaker will stun that Matilda. The ult has been popped, going right after three members of Malaysia as Edith will be forced to back up. But Lilia on the other hand, going for the frontline Paquito with the Edith with the ejector right now. But Lilia will pop that black
with the black
shoes. Continues to zone out the rest of the members of Malaysia. Now what a good initiation for the side of Singapore. Popol focusing his attacks on that tier 1 tower to be able to take it away from the equation with that Edith as well, going inside using the Earthshaker to be able to stun two members of Malaysia, and of course Lilia from the bush going right after the backline, going right after the damage dealers, while Paquito knocking them both up in the air as another Earthshaker on this Matilda, but Matilda will be successfully able to back
Here
out as
comes the Black Dragon Form.
Eagle on that Popol, but Popol will not be able, as Yojang still continues to attack that Popol and Paquito. Paquito and Popol will be forced to back out, and I believe Malaysia will take this turtle. No, but Roth goes right after that jungler, killing Adamir, finishing it off, and I believe they will also find the Sicilian. Sicilian using the flicker right now. Roth and Paquito still going right after that. Sicilian nowhere to go. The ultimate wasn't there. The ultimate was still on cooldown, not being able to cast that ultimate to save his life. And Roth and the combination of Paquito taking down that Barat, and of course that Sicilian for an easy turtle take.
An easy turtle take. It was a different story for Singapore, and this is the setup that they needed. Every time they go for engage, it's quite on point right now. They get the second turtle of the game. They also have the gold lead right now, 2k up against Malaysia. Malaysia did answer it out to Singapore, but with the Popol and Kupa, considering how fast Gear is actually pushing in all the lanes here, Malaysia has to answer it out to that, as well as the aggression that's coming in from the dives here of Singapore. That is the biggest thing right now for Malaysia. They have to answer out to the pushes here of Gear, but right now here comes the setup from JPL, here comes Matilda, here comes Yamichi as well. Daytona's welcome from Amal. Who did he get? It is going to be Gear, but here comes the re-engage from Singapore. Circuit Eagle takes down Gear, but Singapore, with that clean execution, with those dives, actually takes down three members of Malaysia, and Rain will be forced to back away as Singapore will most likely take that first tier tower on the top side. This is what I mentioned. Singapore will definitely be on the aggressive side, and with that being said, will it actually stretch out to a very long game for this? Will it stretch out to the late game? Because with how this is being played by Singapore, it seems like it will actually end quite early if this keeps going for their side.
I'm actually amazed with what happened in that clash. CC after CC for both teams. How did they manage to be able to determine when to cast those spells, when to attack, when to back, and when to go for the kill, as Paquito with multiple knockups, as well as that Edith with that Earthshaker finishing off the Malaysian squad in the top lane as they were able to take the tier 1 tower on the top lane. Another Earthshaker on that Beatrix as Paquito finishes the job here in the gold lane, and they will be able to take this tier 2 tower down. I am so amazed with this Edith, this task, this roamer Edith, always using that flicker to be able to initiate that Earthshaker, to be able to stun whoever they will go for. In that case, it was Beatrix, always on point with those sets, always on point with those initiations. Good calls, good communications on the side of Singapore. I have to commend that Edith right now, and I think Edith will not try to engage as Sicilian continues to zone him out with that damage.
Yep, I feel like Malaysia here has to stop answering out to the aggression here of Singapore. But what can you actually do if JPL does go in for the flicker? He does have the flicker here, by the way. Just speaking of JPL, he gets a catch onto Rain, gets taken down here. Circling Eagle a little bit too late onto here as Gabichi once again gets taken down here. Malaysia has to be more on the passive side as Amal just is forced to take the tower here on the bot side just to answer
Blue
out to
team
the
turret
aggression
has been
that the
destroyed.
Singaporean team is
Red
showing
team
to
turret has been
Malaysia right now. With
destroyed.
that being said, 11-4 is our score. Singapore already took in 2 turtles here of the game, so it is going to be really hard here for Malaysia to answer it out. They don't really have those hard CC. Yes, they do have the Yuzong. Yes, they do have the Barretts, but right now is how will they be able to stop the onslaught here of Singapore as they keep on going, as they keep on pushing all the towers, considering the fact that here has been rotating all around the map here. Malaysia even struggling to get their own box. Nice setup once again from JPL, but this time he gets taken down. Adamir will be the next casualty here as he gets taken down real low, and finally the shutdown here by Malaysia up against Adamir as well as JPL, getting punished there a little bit. And if you take a look at why that happened, we can actually see the third items coming in from the members here of Malaysia. The lightning tension finally for Rain to actually dish out the damage that he needs to do, as well as Beatrix going in for the boomer here as well as Malaysia. They look to equalize with how fast that Gear is actually pushing in all those lanes. They have to answer it out by taking in some towers here.
I love the 3-man Earthshaker set by JPL as JPL catches another member of Malaysia off guard as they take down Matilda. Now, what I noticed on that class was that Giroth and Edith was actually on the good side, good positioning, good clashes, good sets, but the Paquito and the Popol was nowhere to be found. It was actually a 3-on-5 clash favoring Malaysia. That's why they lost that clash. But if you would notice, actually, our X factor here, our surprise pick, the Giroth is actually leading the scoreboard in terms of kills with 3 kills to 2 deaths right now. And it just proves that the X factor, the surprise picks, really putting on a show for any team getting an unconventional or out of meta hero pick like Giroth here in the game.
Yeah, you know what? I have to really point that out. It's not picking the meta heroes, it's how well you can actually use it to your advantage. Right now, here comes the Lord Kid who will be able to take it. It's going to be Malaysia who gets in the Lord here with the backspeed, as well as Singapore is now on the full retreat. Goldilocks here onto the chase of here, takes down the gold laner and tanking in all the damage, but Jox does punish him in the nick of time. But it's a good thing that Malaysia Amal was able to secure in that Lord for that push that they need, because Singapore already took in 5 towers. And with that being said, this is not yet the Luminous Lord, by the way, so it is going to be an easy meltdown, especially since they have heavy damage heroes here, Adamir, Jox, as well as Sayla to take out that Lord rather, as Rain is now pushing this tower on the top side.
Malaysia utilizing their zoning capabilities of these heroes with that Matilda circling eagle on that Lilia, as well as that Yuzhong Black Dragon formation being able to penetrate the backline of Singapore as they were able to advance and eventually take that level 1 Lord, as a knockup on the Sicilian. Sicilian will indeed pop his ult to be able to avoid the attack on that Paquito, but Dragon formation here in the mid lane as they try to take down the tier 2 tower, tier 1 tower here in the mid lane. Paquito still continuing to clear out the lanes here in the top lane as Malaysia's reinforcement, they decide no longer to push for that clash, but instead to disengage as they maximize their resources and wait for another mistake or another overextension here by JPL. So good decision on the side of Malaysia to disengage, no longer push for that clash despite having the Lord, despite having the upper ground here. So very, very disciplined. As you said a while ago, that Malaysia will be playing here on the safe side, on the passive side, because a lot of initiation heroes on the side of Singapore. So really good casting, really good analysis on your part, being able to predict what will happen early on, even in the late game.
Yeah, you too as well. I mean, okay, here's the thing. It's the 12-minute mark here. If you take a look at the items here of both Singapore and Malaysia, you can see Malaysia is more on the defensive side. Take a look at Amal's items. It's only the War Axe here that's actually actually the damage items. Considering that I did mention that the composition here of Malaysia is quite squishy. So as compared to the dives that Singapore is throwing out, they also have the damage items here. So Malaysia, I feel like they will have to do that team fight once again, because if Malaysia they do in those setups once again, it's going to be dangerous for those heroes that are quite squishy here, just like Rain as well as a Mint. So they have to protect these heroes. So right now in the 13th minute mark, it's going to be the Lord once again that is up for the grabs. One more Lord take here for Malaysia can do the trick, can do the objective takes for them. As Singapore is still leading, by the way, with a 2k gold lead. But as far as I know, they cannot afford to have any more pickoff here. Goldilocks forced to pop in that Black Dragon form, as what Singapore is doing right now is to just clear out the waves so that they can have a better position here in the Lord side.
Good initiation on the side of JPL as he was able to force that Yu Zhang to pop his Black Dragon form, since they are now in a good position to actually take down this Lord. Now, what's happening with Malaysia is that they actually utilize the Matilda with the Circling Eagle to isolate either Lilia or that Popo and be able and use that Black Form Dragon to be able to zone out the Paquito or that Dairoth during those clashes. That's why they were able to take down a lot of heroes on the side of Singapore. But now, since Edith was actually able to bait that Black Dragon form out of the equation, they were able to successfully take the Lord with an uncontested Lord. Malaysia decides not to engage anymore because they don't have that Black Dragon form that they desperately need to be able to zone out this Paquito and of course the Dairoth.
Yes, exactly. There's so much hard CC, so much dives here from Malaysia. It is going to be deadly if they actually contested for that Lord. They could have, but I mean, without Amal or without Goldilocks, it is going to be really difficult for them to actually contest for that Lord. So Malaysia, they are going to be more on the defensive side. They have to take care of this Lord for the meantime, because right now, look at the damage as well coming in from Rain. That is a lot of damage. One Bat's impact is enough to dish out so much damage. Here comes the Black Dragon form from Goldilocks just to buy some time for the members of Singapore to actually not take down this inhibitor tower. But I feel like the top side is going to go down here. Daytona's welcome here is going to be cancelled out. Rain comes in with the Bat's impact, the Bat squeeze, as well as Sayla pops in the Black Shoes as Malaysia on the full retreat. Once again, they cannot afford to have any more pickoffs this crucial of a stage, especially since it's only the inhibitors left here and there are super minutes coming in to take down those last inhibitor towers. A little bit more of an overextend by JPL as Yamichi goes in for the dives, but unfortunately it's a tank Matilda, so there's not so much damage there. Malaysia, they are on the full retreat. They also have the firepower right now. Singapore knows this very well as they are building more on the immortalities, more on the Athena shield, as well as the anti-cuirasses. But you can also see that there's a lot of Malefic Roars being purchased here by the members of Singapore. So with one perfect setup here from JPL, or perhaps even the dives coming in from Adamir, will be deadly to the members here of Malaysia.
I got scared with the overextension by that JPL and actually got caught by that Circling Eagle, but luckily he had his flicker to be able to disengage and save Singapore from a potential loss, a detrimental mistake for the side of Singapore. So good initiation for JPL. Overextension a bit, yeah, but he was able to disengage, but in expense of that flicker that he has to wait now for 50 seconds. So pretty much it's really hard now for Singapore to be able to initiate or engage, because as you notice in the early parts of the game, Edith, or JPL rather, was actually using his flicker to initiate those Earth Shakers to be able to stun players from Malaysia. But now, since he used that flicker to be able to get out of the clash, it's really gonna be hard for Singapore to get those pickoffs that they want, especially since that the Lord here, the Luminous Lord rather, is indeed up for grabs for anyone to take right now, as Malaysia tries to advance. They know that the Lord is up, they know that the Lord is crucial, so they really have to force themselves in the equation, in the clash, in that Lord pit, to be able to get a chance to get that Lord and maybe win the clash.
Yes, the thing here for Singapore is they need to have that proper initiation, that one setup coming in from JPL is actually quite scary. But the thing here for Malaysia is positioning of Mint, the positioning of Rain as well to fight in the members here of Singapore. They do have the firepower. The Lord is now low, but it's gonna go to the side of Singapore. But if there's a wipeout here for the side of Singapore, it could be a different ball game. There you go, the killing spree for Mint. The power spike is already there as Singapore once again on the full retreat. Jox gets taken down, but here comes Immortality as well, and the shutdown by Mint make that a double kill for the side of Malaysia as two members are down. Two of the damage dealers are down. So Malaysia, even though the Lord is there, they can possibly take this second tier tower. They need to push further and finally answer out to the Lord. This is the 18-minute mark. You can already see the power spike here of both Rain as well as Min. All they need to do is hold out to the aggression that Singapore is showing. They are kind of being punished right now for the setups that they are making. If you take a look at the items here of Mint as well as Rain, they have already secured the Genius Wand as well as the Divine Glaive. And as for Mint, finally the DHS, the BOD as well as the Malefic Roll. So every time the bullet shower is there, it is enough to take down tanky heroes just like Jox, just like Adamir and JPL.
Even though Malaysia won the clash, Singapore was actually able to get that Lord, and you have to give credit to JPL, as during that Lord clash, Popple was focusing all the attacks on getting that Lord, and JPL rather zoning out 4 members of Malaysia as they were focusing all their attacks on JPL. The sustainability and durability of this JPL bought time for that Popple and Koopa to secure the Lord for the side of the Singapore.
Yep, if this goes to like the 20-minute mark, it is going to be deadly for the members of Singapore. If you've seen how much of a damage that Rain threw out earlier on onto Sayla, it was one bad impact and it chunked down Rain real low, but take a look at that. The setup once again from JPL. Fortunately enough, Yamichi does have the immortality. A bit too much of an early engage coming in from Malaysia that time. They still have to take care of the minion waves here as they continuously flow. Singapore waiting once again for the proper setup. JPL has that flicker. They can go for the dive as here takes down that inhibitor tower by Koopa actually tanking it down. So now Malaysia, they have the power spike. They need to have that one proper positioning once again from Rain, just like what happened in the Lord Pit, to be able to get those kills that they need to be able to take down the damage dealers here of Singapore once again. It is not yet over for Malaysia, but once again, this is the third Lord of the game. So if Malaysia can get this, they can further push forward.
Another good initiation for JPL, as he was not only able to pop up that immortality for Matilda, but he was actually able to bait that Black Dragon formation from that Yuzhong. That's why they were able to take down the tier inhibitor tower in the bot lane, because there's no more zoning capabilities on the side of Malaysia. Matilda was forced to back out, so Circling Eagle is out of the equation.
But there are
and
minion
that Black
waves.
Form Dragon. Yeah, there are minion waves actually here in the bot lane. So Malaysia has to back out and clear this minion lane as another uncontested Lord take for the side of Singapore. Now, you don't know, or you can't see the immediate effects of one action or of one initiation, but that JPL initiation on that Matilda was actually very vital to the reason why they were able to get this Lord. Since the Black Dragon formation was indeed baited out, Popple was able to take down the tier inhibitor tower in the bot lane, forcing Malaysia to back off and disengage since they don't have the Matilda, they don't have the Yuzhong. And because of that tower take, the minion waves are actually able to infiltrate the base, and they were forced to back out as they take the Lord. Another Earthshaker here on Yuzhong, as Singapore wants a clean win, so they will not engage and will wait for that enhanced Lord instead.
If you take a look at Tier's items, he is totally ready to go in for that tower lock. That is the biggest problem for Malaysia. They have to answer out to the dives of Singapore. They also have to answer out to Tier's Popple and Koopa, who can do a tower lock just right now. They have to take care of the sword as well. Inhibitor down here for the side of Malaysia. Goldilocks forced to pop in that Black Dragon form just to buy some time here for the members of Malaysia. It is the Lord still up here, but Malaysia still once again survives. But once again, the setup from JPL. But here comes the ultimate as well as the damage coming in, but good thing enough that Amo has that winter correction, but that is not enough time to buy, to actually buy him some time to actually get that kill that they want, but they get taken down real double kill for the side of Malaysia. 3 members go down and they actually successfully defend that base with just a slither of HP left here for the side of Malaysia. They keep on going. It's only JPL and Kier left for this 23-minute mark.
I can't believe Malaysia was actually able to defend that potential GG push for the side of Singapore.
One more hit will do the trick.
Yeah, good initiation on the side of Singapore. JPL with a beautiful knock up on that Barat and on that Yuzhong. Despite the Daytona's welcome eating him up, they actually were able to burst out the Barats, but they couldn't finish the job as the Sicilian scaled the power spike from Sicilian along with the power spike from that Beatrix, easily taking down the minion wave, easily dealing a lot of AoE damage for Malaysia. That's why they couldn't afford to finish or to push or to push that GG push for Singapore.
Yep, oh my goodness, if Malaysia does get wiped out in this situation, it's going to be really deadly for them, especially since the setups are here. But you can kind of feel the power spikes already from mid and raid earlier on in the 6-minute mark. But that being said, it's now Malaysia that has the superior positioning here on the Lord. This is the 4th Lord of the game, by the way, and Malaysia, they need to contest this. They need to actually take this Lord, or perhaps force out the fight. But take a look at Goldie actually zoning the members here, but take a look at the first Asal coming in from Singapore, but it seems like it's going to be an early clash here for both of the teams as they will try to contest in the Lord. It is still a full team here for the side of Singapore, as take a look at the damage coming in from mid and Rain as well, and now Singapore on the full retreat, but Jax is also there trying to do some split pushes as Rain comes back into the base in the nick of time. But with 3 members down from Singapore, I feel like this is going to be Singapore who will actually have the preload. But right now, the thing is, Singapore can do those split pushes, so somebody has to go back to the base and actually defend. So right now, it is the late game heroes that are shining, but Singapore can still do the split pushes here. They can still find something up their sleeve to actually turn this thing around, because it seems like it is now Malaysia's game in the 25-minute mark.
That clash! Malaysia was able to turn things around. Actually, I thought it was over when that Yu Zhong was shut down despite being able to cast that Black Dragon formation. He wasn't able to do anything. He was actually burst down, which led to a JPL amazing set, amazing knockback onto members of Malaysia. But that's Sicilian hitting the skills, casting those skills, and the damage by that Sicilian actually saving and turning things around for Malaysia as they take another enhanced Lord. Yes, I do agree that the late game players, Beatrix and Cecilia, now dictating the game. But what a turn of events. That was a crucial clash that Malaysia lost.
Yes, that's right. And now Malaysia, they cannot afford to let their damage dealers die. They now have the upper hand, but here comes the setup. Yes, JPL goes in for the conceal onto the backside, trying to take down mid, but he does have the immortality here. But take a look at Malaysia actually turning this thing around as they go for the base itself with an epic comeback up against Singapore.
Yes, indeed. What an epic comeback. The play safe style that you mentioned early on in the game did wonders for the side of Malaysia as they were able to take down Singapore despite not having any more towers left. And as you can recall, in one of those clashes in Malaysia's own base, they were about to lose. Singapore actually went for the GG push, but the Sicilian power spike and the Beatrix power spike was able to clear the minion waves and able to dish out AoE damage on the remaining members of Singapore. That's why they were able to turn things around and eventually win game 1 between Singapore and Malaysia.
Yeah, take a look at Rain's damage, 35%. That's insane. But Zayla's damage is also pretty big for the side of Singapore, 40% for Sailor. But if you compare it to the damage dealers here of Malaysia, Rain and Mint did their job in the late game, therefore bringing Malaysia to their victory here in the very first game between Singapore and Malaysia. But that's about it for post-game results. All I can say is that the late game heroes shined in this match. They had a very difficult time in the early stages of the game. Yes, considering the fact that JPL was not afraid to burn in those flickers, was not afraid to actually go in for the setup, go in for the dives. Therefore, Singapore really had an early game lead, and not to mention that here on this popular Koopa was pushing so much towers. It was so difficult to deal with. Take a look at the dives here coming in from both Admir and Jox. It really was able to take down the squishy heroes from the side of Malaysia. The setups from JPL is always so on point here, as Malaysia can't seem to answer out to all those crowd control skills here being thrown by Singapore. They were punished consistently, and they had a very difficult time in the early stages of the game. Yes, it seems to be that it was Singapore's game if they actually ended this early on, but it seems like they were actually able to stretch it out to the point that there was only 1 HP left in the tower. Yes, the dives were there, a killing spree for Adamir, forcing Malaysia to on the full retreat. They weren't able to get the towers as well. So the biggest problem for Malaysia in the early stages of the game was the setups actually coming in from JPL, as well as the dives and the damage coming in from Jox and Adamir. But the thing is, it was surprising how Malaysia was able to have those proper positioning from Nip as well as Rain to be able to get in the comeback that they wanted. Especially every time you see in the Lord Pit that they were able to get the first Lord of the game, not get the Luminous Lord, but it was actually enough for the members of Singapore to back away from the clash. And it was just Malaysia just stalling the game up until the 25-26 minute mark, therefore giving Mint and Raid enough time to get the items that they need. Yes, it was a good thing that Goldilocks and Amal was actually serving as the tank here, tanking in all the damage coming in from Singapore. Therefore, they were able to give Mint and Ray the proper opportunity to take down the heroes that needs to be taken down. But this is the clash that we thought that Singapore will actually take in the final inhibitor tower here, or the final tower here for Malaysia. It was just only a slither of health left there. But take a look at the damage coming in from Rain. One Bats, in fact, was able to take down all the tanky heroes here from Singapore, therefore resulting to an early clash here once again. Yes, take a look at the initiation, the setup coming in from Yamichi as well as Goldilocks. Yes, Goldilocks was taken down, Imal was taken down, but it's still the superior positioning here from Malaysia that was able to make them win games. Yes, JPL wanted to do that, engage, did the conceal play, but unfortunately it was the third or fourth Lord of the game actually for the side of Malaysia. Therefore, they were able to take in this game with a reverse, an epic comeback actually.
What an amazing day 3 for RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. The previous game, we actually saw a very first Savage for that YSS, and now we've seen an incredible and almost impossible epic comeback for the Malaysian squad. So guys, please continue to stay tuned here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia, because you won't only know the new metas, you won't only know the new skills, the new heroes, the everything you need to enhance your game style, but only here will you see an epic comeback that what Malaysia performed in today's game. So now we will be sending the floor back to our lovely host, Miss Aya Esmaria.
And that was probably the most detailed game analysis coming from BK right there. And I saw when it was the scene just changed. It's like Inga would want to say what she said. That was like, whoa! I did not expect the happenings that went down today. I really thought Singapore had it, but Malaysia really held down the fort. And with all that aggression that we saw today, like if Singapore is on a rush, like, hey dude, I'm late for dinner. But Malaysia wouldn't also have it. Dude, I'm also late for dinner. So with all that sugar rush and all the clash after clash that's been going on, everything was just crazy. And I can hear I can feel like I can hear the crowd cheering so wild in the chat saying, "Come back, Malaysia!" And I think I would have to give it to the Malaysians for supporting their country really hard, as well as with Singapore, and just getting that kind of energy for them to not give up and continue to push on. I could even see Jocks just trying to enter the base on his own in mid lane. That was so funny, dude. The relentlessness, the effort, how adamant their players are into winning this match. But with everything that transpired today, it is Malaysia finally taking the glory for match 2, game 1. What a comeback indeed! And I've always wanted to say this. Congratulations, congratulations for that match 2, game 1. But let's see if Singapore can retake that win on game 2. Still, it's not over because this is the best of 2. I wonder what the players are saying behind the scenes. Like, have you ever wondered? Like, they're probably screaming and yelling at each other, like, "Dude, what are you doing? Go here, go here." I'm just imagining things, but this is mobile gaming for you. The hype, it is real. So what about you guys? Would you like to become the next mobile esports star? And you'd better be ready with the latest tech for smartphones and even the peripherals to ensure you of your own victory and for you to stay on top of your game. So how's cranking up your iOS and Android device with the RAZER Kishi Universal Gaming Controller? So yes, it's a controller for your mobile device for the mobile games that you can play with the clickable analog thumbsticks and ultra low latency gameplay, which is always in sync with all of your games. So the battle continues on with Malaysia versus Singapore. I mean, I really enjoyed Vietnam versus Indonesia, but I would have to say this would be my personal highlight for the day. That turnaround, that plot twist, everything we've been looking for in a fight. But don't get me wrong, I mean, everyone was amazing, but this just hits me like the impact is just amazing how things happen that way. So game 2 is coming up next, but we'll be going on a short break. But be ready for more action. Get your popcorn. Once again, I is Maria, and this is RAZER C Invitational 2022.
During, you there? During? You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
During? You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
During? You there? During. You there?
Welcome back to our Razor C Invitational 2022. Again, I'm your host, still live and kicking. Aya is Maria. And now we are diving towards to Game 2, Match 2 of the day. So a few minutes earlier, we just saw Malaysia took an epic turn of events and brought back home the bacon. But will we see a comeback from Singapore? We'll find out from BK and Dengan. Take it away.
Yeah, now speaking of winning the bacon, I was actually eating just a while ago. And I was actually eating bacon. How about you, BK? Have you had your mid snack?
Yeah, I was gonna say I just had my semi-dinner. I grabbed a bite like during the break, so I had burgers. I mean, I don't usually have burgers, but surprisingly enough, today they had a promo, so I was able to grab a burger right before this match started because I was completely mind blown, just like you for the last match. That epic turnaround of events, like I think that was one of the longest matches we've had here in the Invitational as well. I think we had a match that lasted for 27 minutes. I believe that last match was around the same time. So, wow, Malaysia really held out so long for the heroes to scale up, and it was actually good. And it's actually so hard to lose with a Sicilian, especially in the late game, really. If you have it in your composition, if it reaches that 15-minute mark up to the 30th minute mark, it is really difficult to deal with, especially since it's not just the Sicilian they had to deal with, it was also the Beatrix of Mint that they had to deal with. So a lot of factors there were put into play for the side of Singapore. They had to deal with those. They had a great early start now. So right now, I'm kind of thinking Singapore still needs that sort of late game advantage. Yeah, they had the Pop and Koopa, but right after that, who was left to dish out the damage, right? I mean, you could deal with the Sicilian on the late
Your
game,
team is
as well as the
banning.
Beatrix's power spike as well. But Malaysia once again still taking out the Fanny. I'm not surprised if Singapore will also take out once again the Lancelot and the Hayabusa in this
Your
case.
team is
But the
banning.
Valentina never going to be open again. Well, for today it was open once, but now it is going to be taken away once again by Singapore. Absolutely deadly, and despite the nerfs that the Mobile Legends gave to Valentina, it is still very much an S tier pick in the current patch.
Actually, I agree with you with what you said earlier. Resilience and positioning was the name of the game last match. For the side of Singapore, a lot of early picks, especially for JPL, using that flicker, then that Earthshaker to be able to stun and isolate a lot of damage dealers here for Singapore. But
Your team
when
is
it came,
banning.
I think the turning point of game 1 was when Edith, JPL, and Deroth tried to initiate a clash against 4 members of Malaysia. Paquito and Popol was nowhere to
Your
be found.
team is banning.
And that simple mistake, that simple out of position mistake was actually detrimental because they had a hard time pushing right after that clash happened. So very, very good picks on the side of Singapore, but they really have to adapt the playstyle, what
Your
DK
team
said
is
about Malaysia,
banning.
which is playing safe, not going that too aggressive, picking their picks, picking their plays, and actually focusing on those positions to be able to burst down the proper heroes, which are the damage dealers of the opposing team.
Yep, and right now Malaysia takes down their own Sicilian, so they know very much how powerful this hero can be, especially when it reaches the late game. So now for Singapore, they also took out the Paquito Valentina, maybe perhaps the Lancelot or the Ling in this case. But with that being said, there are so many heroes once again that is up for the grabs if this is the case. So Singapore, perhaps I'm thinking Lancelot or maybe even a Phosphor hero, but I feel like they might just go for the assassin bans here. But with that being
Your
said,
team is picking.
the heroes that are open here so much. The Lancelot, okay, the Lancelot, the Hayabusa, that was banned out in game number 1. But once again, Malaysia can go for the safe start. They can start out with the Matilda since the Paquito is already out of the equation. Perhaps that's not so much. That's not too
Your team
telling
is
of the
picking.
composition that they want. But I completely forgot about the glue as well. That is open and up for the grabs. And Malaysia does seize it right now. A great start for them, but they also have this Lancelot that was open, by the way. It was banned out in game number 1. So now we will be seeing it into play if Singapore does decide to secure this Lancelot for themselves. And just the Lancelot
Your
and the
team is
Lilia
picking.
for Singapore here. An answer to the glue, but Malaysia right now, this is a team that we know that they are quite popular when it comes to the surprise picks. It's not just Singapore that goes for the surprise picks, it's also Malaysia as well. So they are hovering over some very interesting heroes here. And if ever they do execute this well, just like what they did in the last game, I am a fan already. But Singapore, you can't take them lightly as well. They had a very promising start, but let's see how they will continue on for this very second game for this series.
Amazing different strategy for the side of Singapore. As you mentioned early on in the first game, they actually banned 3 out of their 5
Your
bans
team
were
is
towards
picking.
the assassin rules. Now they didn't ban any assassins right now because they wanted to pick up that Lancelot for themselves as Malaysia continues to pick that Kufra double tank composition on the side of Malaysia with that Hayabusa as their main jungler.
It's quite different from what we had actually in the first game. Right now, they are the tanky ones. Malaysia is the tanky one right now, and Singapore, they have 2 damage dealers already here. And once again, this hasn't been banned out. The edict for the setups here, especially since you have the Lancelot as well to do the final pick off, or at the same time you have the bombs as well
Your team
from
is
the
banning.
Lilia. So it is going to be great once again. Singapore had a fantastic early game with JPL. If they could actually have another setup, just like what they did in game number 1, this time around, Malaysia doesn't have any glass cannon heroes just yet. Okay, they don't have just yet. So we'll find out later on. But the final bans here for both of our teams, both of them still don't have gold laners. They don't have mid laners. They don't have a mid laner as well for Malaysia, so they can limit those out. Perhaps
Your
the
team
team that
is
seems to be a
banning.
popular choice as well, despite the fact that there is a Lancelot here, there is an Eden, is going to be the Eve. Really hard to deal with in clashes, but Malaysia can answer it out by taking out gold laners here. Brody, Clint, Beatrix is still very much open, and Beatrix did very well for Malaysia earlier on, so I'm not surprised if Singapore might just pick that up, or maybe even the Popol and Krupa when it comes to the stuns, when it comes to the range.
Actually, even though Singapore lost the previous match, I still do agree with this Edith pick because a lot of pickups happened in the early game, resulting to a good early on lead for Singapore. It's just that happened was during the mid game, a lot of miscommunications on the side of Singapore, a lot of initiations initiated, but no follow up happened. So I do believe that we will expect
Your
a lot
team
of
is
initiation, a
banning.
still aggressive Singapore team here as they pick up this Edith. But I really hope that they do adapt some of what they learned from Malaysia, which is to play safe, pick your picks, and of course, play as a team. Good communication is key for game 2 for Singapore.
Right now, Singapore limiting out the possible heroes here of Rain. The Cecilion, the Kagura, as well as the Eve is already out. So I'm thinking of the possible mages to actually put up for Singapore as their cost 4, since there's a lot of choices already
Your
taken out.
team is
Just like
banning.
that, Singapore also takes out the Farza out of the equation, and Singapore does have the Lilia, so this could be something very new. Perhaps maybe even the Lunox that we could see here that could shred this Edith to pieces. But now Malaysia, for their final ban, I feel like they're gonna ban out the side laners here. Esmeralda, maybe something along the lines of someone that can go up against the glue. I feel like an Esmeralda would be a great ban here for the side of Malaysia, especially since the glue as well as the Kufra has a lot of shield. So an Esmeralda would be a great ban here for Malaysia. They already have the Edith here, so I mean, if there's another Esmeralda, another hero that can set up here for Singapore, it's gonna be hard for Malaysia, especially since they're only more on the tanky side.
Your team
But
is
it's going to be
picking.
the Ruby for the final ban here of Malaysia, anticipating the fact that the Edith will actually go to the EXP lane here. So flexible pick once again for Singapore here. The Edith side lane as well as
Your
the EXP
team is
lane, but
picking.
Singapore actually steals away the Lunox that will go to the gold lane actually here in this case. So Lunox gold lane, but Malaysia hovering in over something new since there's a lot of mage heroes that were taken out here.
Still on the gold lane side, I think Beatrix is actually, I'm not sure if it's a good pick for the side of Malaysia, but it worked wonders for them. But you really have to wait for the late game to be able to feel that power spike coming from that
Time and
Beatrix,
tide wait for
especially
no man,
with the way
nor
Singapore
girl.
plays, especially with that E that they actually went to initiate a
Your
lot
team
of
is
clashes,
picking.
isolating that Beatrix early on in the game. That's why they couldn't really feel the damage of Beatrix early on. They only felt it after the power spike was felt during the late game along with that Sicilian, but they will still pick that Beatrix. They still
Phobius.
believe that
Phobius
they
and
can,
Beatrix.
along with Phobius. So good picks, good counter picks on the side of Malaysia. I'm still siding towards the lineup of Malaysia as they really have this glue. And as you can recall, Glue has been dominating the XP lane for all the games despite
Come
Glue's
on.
team still losing. Glue still dominates the XP lane, so I still
You know,
want
I just
Malaysia.
want to
I still
say,
expect Malaysia to
I
win.
know you want to say that you're in it for Malaysia because the Kufra is in the composition. You just put it towards like, okay, yeah, they have the clue. It's so viable right now. But you know what? I feel like Ingen, you just wanted to say, I love the composition of Malaysia because they have Kufra in it. I completely understand. I feel the same way, especially if your favorite heroes are being put out in a competition as prestigious as the Razer Invitational. I will be so happy to see it as well in action. But if you take a look at the entire composition here, the biggest problem here is the composition of Malaysia. It's not a problem, but I would say it can be a game changer. But at the same time, Singapore has the answer to the Phobius pick here. The Lunox as well as the Edith will be a problem here, and not to mention the Lolita, which is the final pick here of Singapore that can answer out to this quote unquote support Phobius that Malaysia will be putting out. Once again, this time it's a much better tanky composition for the side of Malaysia, virtually different from what they had in game number one. They had those heavy artillery heroes, but this time around they're more on the tanky side. So they have this Phobius that can really be a game changer, especially going up against the Lancelot here of Singapore. So I'm looking forward to see this once again, the Phobius that will go on to the mid lane.
I was laughing because I was trying to hide my bias towards Malaysia since they have Kufra, but BK saw right through me.
I saw right through you. I
Saw
just
right
know,
through
okay. I know the feeling, don't worry. I know the feeling, okay, guys? And speaking of Malaysia and Singapore, do let us know in the comment section who you are rooting for. Is it Malaysia? Is it Singapore? But as for Ingan, it's Malaysia, obviously, because his favorite hero is there. But for you guys, for all of our viewers, do let us know if it's Malaysia or Singapore in the comment section. Don't forget the hashtags as well. I want to put this out. Hashtag Malaysia win or hashtag Singapore win for this game number 2. Let's head into the land of duck.
Early clashes here happening in the mid lane as Phobius and Kufra's battle against that Lunox and that Lolita. And as we head to a technical pause, your thoughts on guys, comment down on the comment section below who you want to support. So far the first series ended up with a 1-1 standing. Now will we see a Singapore comeback or will we see a dominant sweep by Team Malaysia? So comment down below, who are you rooting for today's game?
Mhm. There's a lot of people here who's really supporting Malaysia. I'm seeing a lot of organizations as well as fans from Malaysia. I've also seen like some people who are rooting for Singapore commenting in the comment section as well. So do let us know who you're rooting for as we are waiting patiently for our players to get back on their feet to let this game start or let this game commence in just a little bit. But hold on tight, all right? If you take a look at the laning phase, let's talk about the laning phase. I was actually expecting the Lunox here for the side of Singapore to actually go to the gold lane. I was expecting Sayla to go to the gold lane, but it seems like Singapore has a different plan. It's going to be the Lilia, it's going to be Gear, who's going to go up against the Beatrix here in the gold lane. And if you take a look, this is not the contemporary picks that you have in the gold lane in the recent patch, especially since you put the marksman up against the marksman. So I was expecting something along the lines of Beatrix going up against Flint, but in this case, if you say early game, definitely Gear can poke the heck out of Beatrix in this gold lane. But if you take a look at the AXP lane as well, it is not going to be easy for the Glue to pop in that passive, especially since the Edith can actually poke up the onwards or the second skill at any given time, setting up this Glue for a different time.
Oh yeah, I do agree that I think for the first time, Glue will have a hard time in the XP lane despite dominating multiple games in the XP lane with that Edith. But on the other hand, Singapore's strategy was actually utilizing that Edith to isolate and initiate a lot of solo kills for the side of Singapore. But since Edith will now be will not be a roamer, rather he will be on the XP lane, I'm curious to see as how Singapore will actually initiate or start initiations, or what rotation they will do since Edith is on the XP lane.
Yep, EXP lane Edith is still very much viable right now in the patch, an S tier hero for both teams, for both Malaysia and Singapore. But let's take a look as we head back into the land of Dawn, as we head on to the unpause. Something new we've seen from yesterday's matches. Yes, we've seen the Scovius in the mid lane. They contest for the Little Wonder, but fortunately enough, Amal was there to look at the setup once again. Not from JBL this time, but from Adamir on this Edith, getting the first casualty of this game once again for Singapore.
What a beautiful stun for the side of that Lolita, and a knockback on that Edith to take that first blood for the side of Singapore. Beautiful, beautiful rotation. Actually, Edith came from the XP lane but decided to go in the mid lane instead. Decided to pursue that clash, yes, in the nick of time. So what a beautiful, beautiful communications on the side of Singapore as they were able to take the first blood and bring that Kufra down.
But now it seems like Malaysia is on the full aggression as well. They need to bounce back from that. Yamushi tries to go in for the dive, but here comes the OB Shadow's kill that takes down JPL under their own tower. You are not safe as Malaysia strikes back right now with a 1-for-1 kill. Malaysia not so much on the gold lead right now. Still no turtles up, but it seems like Goldilocks, like what you mentioned, it's not going to be an easy time to go up against this Edith of Adamir that is just popping in that second skill time after time. And we've seen that Singapore already got in the first kill, but right now Malaysia is on the full aggression. Bouncing ball here by Yamuchi as they are forced to back away. Turtle is up for the grabs, but Jox does get a kill here on to Goldilocks on the EXP lane, as now Singapore will try to get this turtle. Without their EXP laner, it is going to be extra difficult for Malaysia to get in the positioning that they want here in the turtle. And I feel like it is going to be Singapore once again securing the first turtle of the game, not unless Amal will actually contest this one, but it's still going to Singapore in this very, very first turtle of the game.
Good effort on the side of Amal to actually contest that turtle, but the good positioning of Singapore was just too detrimental to try to actually get that turtle for Malaysia. That's why they just decided to back off. Even their Kufra wasn't in the proper position to help Amal get that turtle. So still, Malaysia doing the same strategy, playing passively, playing on the safe side, and just waiting for numerous mistakes to come from Singapore.
2-1 is our score. Still not much. Yes, there are ganks, but Goldilocks on this blue not having that quote-unquote dominating game that or dominating the lane, as we mentioned in the previous games we've seen here in the Invitational. Big factor here is he's going up against Adamir on this Edith, so you don't really want to go near it. Yes, you can stack up your passive, you can stack up the sticky passive that the crew has, but at the same time you can't really get the pick off. But take a look at the stuns as well coming in from the Tyrant Train. Here comes the Luminous Blast from JPL, but here comes the Tower Dive as well from Rain. The ultimate is still up, getting a triple kill here for Malaysia on the bot side, taking down 3 members from Singapore. And the Phobius pick is actually starting to make sense here. It is a support Phobius, but it's working very well for Malaysia right now.
Amazing support Phobius for Malaysia, but you have to give credit to that Beatrix as they were able to burst down 2 members of Singapore here in the bottom lane. It's just so happened that Phobius was able to finish off that Lancelot before that Lancelot decides to escape. So as soon as early as the 4-minute mark, there seems to be a power spike already on the side of that Beatrix, and I actually thought that Beatrix will have a hard time laning up against this Lilia, especially with the black shoes of Lilia just be easily popping up and then bursting and poking down this Beatrix. But no, Beatrix actually standing her ground, being able to burst out the remaining members of Singapore, and Phobius cleaning up the job.
Yep, the biggest factor here is the rotations coming in from Rain as well as Yamichi. It actually made a big factor. I believe it was a Tyrant's Rage, therefore stunning the members of Singapore. And Rain popping in that demonic horse just in the nick of time to get that triple kill on the top side. But as we are speaking, Myth does take down the tower here on the top side. Goldilocks goes in for the split split. The turtle is still up for the grabs, but the setup here from Sayla, it takes down the members of Malaysia, but the turtle still goes to the side of Singapore. Oogie Shadow kill here, trying to take down JBL, and he does go down. Order Brilliance being popped here by Sayla, low HP, as the split will connect and take down Sayla as well. But here also on the backside gets taken down here by a mob standing at the 304 rather on this Hayabusa that already has the War Axe, by the way. So it's still Malaysia in control of this game, virtually different from what they had earlier on. They really struggled, and right now with the composition that they have, it is a little bit more lighter on their end right now. They can really rotate around the map as compared to the glass cannon composition that they had in game number 1.
I really love the team composition of Malaysia. Beatrix with those initial damage, and Hayabusa and Phobius doing the cleanup job afterwards in case they try to escape, as Aluminum Blast will fall on Beatrix. But nope, they decide to disengage. Singapore doesn't have enough reinforcements to do the job despite that knockback by Edith on that Kufra. Both teams will decide to disengage and will wait for the turtle to respawn as they prepare for that turtle clash.
Yes, a little bit more better for Malaysia when it comes to the early stages of the game. They already took down 2 towers, and there's a little bit of a switch up here when it comes to the laning phase. You see Goldilocks going to the bot side as Myth is now rotating to the top side to further push forward the towers. They already took down 2, so it's a matter of time that Malaysia actually wants to get in or wants to convert their kills to tower takes. And now Amal rotating here to the bot side as the turtle or the second turtle, make that the third turtle actually for the game, which will be spawning in just a little bit. Singapore got 2 turtles, but I feel like it doesn't matter at this point because of all the kills or all the clashes that Malaysia is setting up. It is working so well for them right now. Take a look at how Yamichi is actually zoning out Jox in his very own purple buff or his very own jungle. Adamir does get a kill. Finally, Yamichi gets punished, but Amal gets the turtle instead. Goldilocks pops up that ultimate as Singapore will now be on the full retreat as Malaysia is on the full aggression right now. They got the turtle. They are also on the lead right now with a 1.3k gold lead up against Singapore.
The Tyrant's Rage and that Tyrant's Revenge on that Lancelot actually backfired for the side of Malaysia, but the counter-attack, the counter-aggression on that Beatrix as well as that Hayabusa served wonders for them as they were able to take down the turtle along with that Lolita. Beautiful counter clash rather, on the side of Malaysia as they now try to force a clash here in the mid lane. And heading to this technical pause, I'm still so surprised that Beatrix early on is 005 didn't have pretty much trouble with that Lilia, despite a lot of ganks coming in from the side of Singapore. What are your thoughts on that?
I feel like there's a lot of heroes here on the side of Malaysia to disrupt the composition that Singapore has here, especially the split of the crew. Goldilocks always pops that up just in time every time they have the clashes. Therefore, giving the opening here for Rain to actually dive in with the demonic force. Therefore, Singapore is just confused right now. After the demonic force is popped up, after the split is popped up from the blue, what's next for them, right? They have to back away from that. It's so much zoning potential here from Malaysia. A very different setup with what they had earlier on. This time, I'm waiting for Sayla to actually pop up here as the Lunox, because you know Lunox is actually quote unquote a tank killer. We mentioned this earlier. We've seen it in the game of Indonesia and Vietnam. It actually really ripped apart the tanky heroes to shreds. So I am looking forward to see Sayla scale up for the side of Singapore, especially since the composition here of Malaysia is so heavily centered on zoning, so heavily centered on clashes.
Singapore needs to actually extend this game to be able to make that Lunox have that power spike. But as they go, Phantom Execution finishing off that blue. Glue overextending actually alone in that clash as 4 members of Singapore rotate to the bottom lane. But will we see Hayabusa try to engage the remaining members of the Singapore here in the bottom lane? No, they will not. They will play it safe, because playing safe wins the game, as Malaysia continues to force Malaysia going right after a Wigo shadow kill on that Lilia, but Lilia pops his ult right on time. That Black Shoes was actually very, very, very vital to his survival right now, and luckily it was popped in time.
If you take a look at the items here of Amal as well, every time he pops in that easy shadow kill, it's already so deadly. He has a malefic roar, but here comes Adamir, gets taken down here by Mint in the nick of time with that Renner conceal play here by Yamichi on the bot side. Who will they be able to take down here? It seems like it's going to be JPL and Sayla who is the target here. Sayla is all alone, pops in that order of brilliance, but fortunately enough, Jox is also here, but Amal's damage is just so much to handle here for the side of Singapore, as Amal gets a double kill. And by the way, speaking of Amal, he's already standing at a 6-0-4 on this Hayabusa. Not something you want to see if you are Singapore, so they really have to bounce back. It's a good thing that what Malaysia is doing is after every kill, they are taking in objectives just like the towers. The map control is all in Malaysia's hands, and even right now, Malaysia goes in for this Lord. Not even the Luminous Lord yet, but enough for them to take in some more towers here for the side of Singapore.
Amal with a 6-0-4 standing, as you mentioned earlier, proving that earlier's win wasn't just a lucky win, but is actually a representation of their dominance, as Malaysia now has the level 1 Lord pushing the lanes for them. This Amal early on 6-0-4, they couldn't contain him, they couldn't catch him, they couldn't do anything to stop him, especially with the wonderful sets of this Kufra by Yamichi, and of course the initial damage burst by that Beatrix. Really good composition on the side of Malaysia, but we also have to give credit for this Glue with the split being able to zone out the remaining members of Singapore as they take down the tier 2 tower here in the top lane. Lancelot and Lilia really focusing on bursting down that Lord to be able to save their inhibitor towers, but Lunox will pop his ult to be able to defend that tier 1 tower here in the top lane.
Yep, if Malaysia had the pop of Kupa, but hold that thought as well. Adamir goes in for the setup, but here comes the ultimate as well coming in from Rain. Finally the shutdown, and here comes Sayla as well. I mentioned this earlier. I'm waiting for the power spike, and the overextension here of Amal and Rain were actually punished by the members of Singapore with a 2-for-2 exchange. Jungler for jungler, side laner for the mid laner. Still, Singapore answers it out, but this time it's going to be harder for Singapore to actually bounce back from this or to actually push forward. They don't have a pop on Luka, and now Gear is in a dangerous position, gets taken down by Mint as well. A little bit too far. I believe that Gear was actually trying to push in the lanes, but here is not the Papa and Cuba this time. Here is actually a Lilia. So for me, Singapore here, their composition, they want to have those setups, they want to have those dives, but this time they can't do it very well, especially since the composition here of Malaysia has enough heroes to control these dive heroes. We have the Kufra, we also have Rain's demonic force that is enough to disrupt Singapore every time they initiate a clash.
Did you see the aggression of Mint actually using the flicker to reach gear and finish him off in the process? Malaysia standing strong, not afraid anymore, actually being the aggressors right now in Game 2 as they take a commanding 16-8 lead over Singapore as Kufra will finish off that Lancelot. Mint still trying to go right after that Lilia, but will wisely back off as they will try to get good position here in the mid lane to be able to take down the 2-minute score here in the 13-minute mark.
Jox on this Lancelot is not having a great time, especially since you're going up against Rain. Scovius, by the way, has a full magic penetration items already, Ice Beam Wand as well as the Lightning Truncheon. So it's a matter of time every time that Singapore will want to initiate with a clash. It seems like Singapore is the one backing away, even though they have Adamir on this unit. They have JPL on just Lolita for the setup. It is them backing away all the time. Here comes the demonic force penetrating JPL as well as an isolated clash here as well. Adamir pops in that rat but gets taken down here by Mint on the backside as they take in the tower as well. Black Shoes is not enough to stop the aggression here of Malaysia as Mint is now unstoppable, and not to mention they still have to deal with the Lord here on the top side as Malaysia continues to push forward, this time around not making the game as long as game number 1. They want to finish this as fast as possible as Goldilocks goes in, tries to get in here, but here comes Mint as well. There's not even the Lord in the picture as Mint tries to go in for the tower lock. JPL does bounce back the projectiles being thrown in here by Mint. The Lord is still up on the top side. Malaysia right now being the aggressors of this game number 2.
The demonic force, and of course that split being able to zoom out that Lancelot and eventually killing this Lunok in the process with that Tyrant's Rage as Lolita's Luminum Blast will not connect as Malaysia will complete a 2-0 sweep against the coveted Singapore squad. Good job on Malaysia, and of course good job to my favorite hero Kufra.
Yep, Kufra doing very well. The setups here from Yamichi was so on point. What went wrong here with the composition of Singapore? Magic penetration items, and not to mention they also have to deal with Mint once again with this Beatrix. Quite overlooked here by Singapore. They should have taken that out. I mean, they actually put out the Lilia here to actually contain Mint in the early stages of the game, but unfortunately the rotations here coming in from Rain as well as Amal was just so on point. They did get the first blood here on Yamichi. Yes, Adamir did rotate there considering the fact that he was on the EXP lane. But the biggest factor here was this clash wherein Rain actually got a triple kill with the demonic force that was just popped up time after time, getting a triple kill, taking down Jox in the process. And as Singapore tries to respond here to what Malaysia was showcasing, it was just them being punished time after time. If Singapore had the dive set up earlier on, it is now Malaysia that can do those dives as well. They also have this Beatrix on the backlines. Mint with a spectacular performance on this Beatrix. Absolutely uncontrollable. Take a look at Mint's positioning every time there is a clash. He is the one just kiting all the members here of Singapore. Therefore, they couldn't penetrate the backlines here of Malaysia. 2-tank meta is actually real here. Although there were some turning points here for Singapore, they did bounce back. They were able to get some kills, but it was still Malaysia on the unstoppable, on the full-on aggression here up against Singapore. Virtually a very different game from what they had earlier on. They were able to extend it to the 28 mark, but at the same time, Malaysia also says that, you know what, we can also play in the super fast games, or we can also go in for those dive-in competition. And And that's really what happened. There were some turning points here for Singapore, but actually Malaysia, what a good game, well played. You closed out the series with a 2-0, but Singapore also showed their resiliency, actually answering it out or actually punishing the members of Singapore for some overextension. But it was wise that Malaysia actually did two different compositions this time, and it worked so well for them. Of course, congratulations once again, Malaysia, for seizing this series with a clean sweep.
Congratulations indeed to Malaysia from coming back with an epic comeback in the earlier game and now
Indeed.
showing their dominance with that Hayabusa, with that Beatrix, with that Phobius. What a good team effort on the side of Malaysia. And as we prepare for the next game, a few words from our very lovely host, Miss Aya Esmaria.
Thank you for that, VK and Inga Nation. Am I live? Am I here? Oh, okay. I am live. Hello. How are you guys? That was some epic match right there, and Malaysia winning a clean sweep against Singapore for this one, just showing their might and glory. And of course, that wraps up for our Malaysia versus Singapore series, but we still have match 3 for the final series of day 3 RAZER C Invitational 2022. But before anything else, I think one of the biggest factors why Malaysia is just killing it today is because of proper communication and shot calling. As with everything, even with relationships in general, communication is always the key. That's why RAZER is introducing to you the Black Shark V2 Pro, which we all are using right now. BK is using it, and is using it. I'm using it. It's been 3 days and it has been such a joyful companion. RAZER V2 RAZER Black Shark V2 Pro. Let me just tell you something about it, like a real testimony. It's just that my studio is on the second floor, and yeah, my studio is on the second floor, and I went down to grab some food downstairs in our dining table, and lo and behold, I can still actually hear Ingen and BK casting. So if ever the cast is over and they need me, the game is over, I can just run back up because I can still hear the instructions coming from them. So that's how amazing this headset is. Along that, it is very light. We cast and we host the tournament for 6 to 7 hours straight every day. We still have 9 days to go, but it has been such a joy. It's very light on the head, very comfortable. It has hyperspeed wireless connection. It is wireless, guys. How crazy is that? And hyper clear mic and noise cancellation. Perfect for those aspiring esports players, or you just want to enjoy your tournament like the RAZER C Invitational. So we are up next for our final series of today. Once again, I would like to say congratulations to Singapore, to Singapore also for joining RAZER C Invitational, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. And speaking of Thailand, it will be Malaysia versus Thailand in our next round. And of course, congratulations to Malaysia for taking the win once again, just securing that round and making all of your country proud. So don't go away, we still have more for you guys. We'll see you back again in a jiffy.
During. You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
During. You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
During. You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
During. You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
During, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
During, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
During, you there? During. You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
During. You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, go, go.
During. You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
During. You there? Jern, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go,
Jern, you there?
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go,
Jern, you there? During. You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
During. You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
During. You there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we can get naughty.
During, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we can get naughty.
During, you there?
Rooftop party, we can get naughty. Go, 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 go.
During, you there? During. You there?
contested sling. The costly mistake of that sling will result to I believe a game 1 loss for Malaysia, their very first loss here in the entire tournament. That was already a good clash in the first place, a 3 for none trade for Malaysia, but that split
that Eudora was actually the top ban when it comes to the medal. But I mean, it was nerfed. But at the same time, take a look at the damage that the Flash One is actually giving or dealing towards Malaysia. Take a look at Flash One's items. The Genius One, the Holy Crystal as well to top it all off. What miraculous set once again from our Ruby. Zandri gets the miraculous set, but here comes the second eagle by Yamichi onto Zandri. He is still alive. Splits the tier by our glue onto Goldilocks, getting a triple kill here for Izzy, just free hitting everyone from Malaysia, and the shutdown onto Izzy. Mega kill for Rain, but it is still Thailand with their debut match here in the RAZER Invitational, securing them the first victory here with a wipeout in the very, very last clash. What a game by Thailand, and they were able to seal the deal very fast. And let's take a look at the post-game results. No doubt it is Flash One who is the MVP of this game, standing at the 918, assisting all the members here from Thailand to actually get the kills, especially since a Maul was totally controlled in this entire game. Take a look at his KDA 067. These stuns from the Eudora really caught Malaysia off guard. They weren't prepared for this. Like what I mentioned earlier, it was too early for Malaysia to actually reveal their jungler. Therefore, it was Thailand with the proper preparation, the proper drafting. They were able to counter out a Maul's flick from actually wreaking havoc all around the map. And let's take a look at the highlights of the game, Ingrid.
aside from actually Flash One, I'd like to commend Zanri with that Ruby. That final clash was so vital in today's victory that I'm offended. Partnered up with that split coming from the glue, sealed it off for the team of Thailand. What an amazing win for the team of Thailand. As you know, Malaysia usually capitalizes on those mistakes that Singapore made in the previous game. But this just proved that the superiority of the current meta will indeed do wonders for any team, especially if you have the proper communications, proper techniques, and of course proper sets, and as you mentioned, the proper positioning here.
Yeah, that was really the key here for Flash One. Take a look at how Flash One is just, standing on the back lines as, the frontliners here from Thailand, like Zadri as well as Lois, is tanking or perhaps, giving vision here to Flash One to be able to make those stuns. But this is the last clash. A little bit of overstay there by Hasaki, therefore getting taken down there by the members of Malaysia. But that is about it. Here comes the miraculous set from Zadri. Nice initiation from Yamichi actually getting a nice circling eagle, but this was the turning point here for Malaysia. You thought that they would have had a comeback. Take a look at Goldilocks' position, taking down Flash One as well as Lois, and the Yin Yang overturn from Rain as well with an impeccable timing from Malaysia gets them 3 kills in that match. But unfortunately enough, with the shot calls here from Thailand, it was just there. With that one pickoff, they weren't tilted. But right now, I was actually wondering what Imal was trying to do there, considering the fact that the Eudora can actually take Imal down in an instant. And with that being said, right after that Lord take, it was just an onslaught. Zandri getting that miracle I am offended onto 3 members of Malaysia. Therefore, after that set, Izzy got a triple kill, was able to take down the main damage dealers. Yes, he did take down Rain. There was a shutdown, but unfortunately enough, it was a wipeout for the entire team of Malaysia. Therefore, it was Thailand winning that very first game for this very last game for day number 3.
with a convincing win for the team of Thailand, actually stopping the momentum of Malaysia coming from a 2-0 clean sweep in the previous series. But now, when a new series starts, it's a different ball game. It's back to zero, and as you can say, Thailand really capitalized on the mistakes of Malaysia, as well as those. I really didn't understand that Ling pick when that Paquito was really open. They had
It was
the
too
duel.
early.
I know, no. Yeah, it was too early. Even though they didn't pick up that Paquito, they showed that Ling right away. And since they showed it already, I guess they had to pick it. So Thailand was actually able to counter that Ling pick with the amazing Eudora plays, the good positioning of that Eudora,
Flash
eventually
one.
landing him not just a victory, but also an MVP for Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was Malaysia just panicking because there was a lot of bans there, the Hayabusa and the Lancelot. So I feel like for this entire game, there was a lot of respect done onto Amal's capabilities as an assassin jungler. So I feel like this time around, Malaysia wanted to bring something different, but it was too early for the Link to actually come up. So I feel like it would have been a great last pick actually for Malaysia, but instead it really turn things around for Thailand. And I mentioned this earlier, they know how to draft well, they know how to counter draft the opponents as well. So I'm going to be looking forward to see more from Thailand. They are one of the teams that is actually quite underrated. But at the same time, if they are able to do the shot calls just like game number one, they can be able to actually secure this second game once again with a clean sweep. But Malaysia, we all know that they got a clean sweep up against Singapore earlier, so I wouldn't be surprised if they get another surprising turn of events here in the Invitational. But with that being said, that was such a breathtaking game. We have to pass it on now to Aya. What are your thoughts about that game between Malaysia and Thailand in its debut match?
I would have to say Malaysia was on a good start, but unfortunately, they have found their match as Thailand shows dominance for game number one. But will Malaysia do another comeback as they did in Singapore? I just want to put this in how Malaysia is kind of scary. When they're cornered, they're usually teams or people would be on the defensive side, but the more they're cornered, the more they become aggressive. Like they just come charging forward and not taking anything, not taking that loose. They just want to win it. But congratulations to Thailand for that flawless victory for our final series for game one. But again, this is best of two. We still have one more match coming up and we don't want to miss a thing. Especially that there is a lot of highlights that went on for day three, and it's amazing, mind-blowing, like the perfect love story. Of course, we want to help you with your immersion as the RAZER Hammerhead True Wireless is here to light it up. For moments like that, sound is key to immersing yourself in the game. Light up your immersion, and with 16.8 million colors, that's why we're saying light up the tagline so many times, because it's also it's featuring its RAZER Chroma RGB and active noise cancellation, plus low latency, meaning you're always in sync with your sound, and you can always immerse yourself to the best esports experience that you guys deserve, whether be it watching from your home or you're an esports player yourself. But of course, we are going to head on over to the last game for today for day three. But before we wrap things up, I just want to remind everybody that we have already a winner for the RAZER giveaway. The RAZER Hammerhead True Wireless Pro winner, Alex Brulotos. And I hope you guys contact Team RAZER on Facebook page to be able to get your prize. And we've also announced it recently. But don't worry, guys. I know some of you, most of you, wants to get a prize yourself. Thank you, RAZER, for being so generous, because we are giving away a RAZER phone cooler Chroma, a RAZER Kishi, the controller, and the best of the best, like a package deal of everything, a bundle of Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, a RAZER phone cooler Chroma, and a RAZER Kishi. So how to join? All you have to do is go to the Facebook Team RAZER Facebook page and comment in one of their posts which team you will win, and we'll be choosing a winner from one of you guys. So that's about it for game 1. There's still game 2. I'm your host. My name is Maria, but we'll be back after a short break.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
During, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
During, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
During, you there?
We are down to the final series for day 3 of RAZER C Invitational 2022. This is Malaysia versus Thailand, and earlier today, Thailand takes that win while Malaysia gets a 0 for game number 1. But let's see if there is a turnaround for game number 2. Again, this is now match 3, and hope you guys stick around to see who will win this round. Now passing on to our casters, Burger Kim and Inga Nation. Let's get into it, guys.
Thank you once
Yeah,
again,
thank you.
Miss Aya Esmaria.
Thank you so much, Aya and Ingan, and I were just completely blown away by Thailand's game earlier on. It could have been a comeback from Malaysia, but the Dora pick for the very first time in the Invitational did so well. I mean, we've seen a lot of new picks for day number 3 here in the Invitational. We'll be recapping that later on, but for now, it is going to be Thailand and Malaysia. Once again, for game number 2, it's a best out of 2, and it's a point system for the RAZER Invitational, which means that all the teams, they need all the points that they can get so that they can actually advance towards the playoffs. With that being said, Thailand has 1 point right now up against Malaysia. So I feel like it's still going to be the standard bans here, Ingrid. I'm not so sure if they'll take out the Eudora. I mean, it had a spectacular performance, but I think it was more of a situational pick coming in from Thailand. What do you think?
Yeah, of course, it
What's
was a
your command?
situational
Your
pick as
team
they,
is banning.
Malaysia rather, picked that Ling. So, of course, they really had to go with that Eudora and prove to be beneficial on the side of Thailand. But aside from that, we will eventually see the usual picks, like usual bans, as you mentioned,
Your
like
team
the Blue,
is banning.
Valentina, maybe a Selena. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Glue definitely did its part in game number 1. So I feel like Thailand also noticed that fact that they have to take out this Glue as well. But with that being said, there's going to be a lot opened up once again. If ever this is the case, Glue a very viable pick. The Edith, which we haven't seen in this match, I believe Malaysia was able to utilize this Edith in the second series for this day number 3. But now Malaysia taking their sweet time to actually think of what to ban out here. It's going to still be
team
the
is
standard
banning.
Selena ban. Considering that Malaysia has the first pick here, I feel like Thailand will also take out the Valentina in this case. It's kind of a given already, especially since I'm kind of thinking if ever Valentina is opened up once again, it is going to be Thailand that can answer it out with the Lilia. So not unless it's banned away, right? So I feel like it's going to be virtually the same setup here for both teams. High ban rates on the Glue, the Selena, as well
Your
as the
team
Valentina,
is banning.
which is, by the way, only opened once for today. It has had a 100% win rate as well. So far, it has done well in the Invitational, but we haven't seen so much of it because of the fact that it's always being banned here by all of the teams. An S tier pick, by the way, this Valentina, this Selena as well. So now, will the Sicilian be actually opened in this time around? Sicilian, the Edith is actually a very good choice, as well as the Paquito, which seems to be a comfort pick of all
Your
the
team is
teams here
banning.
in the Invitational. But no, we won't be seeing the Sicilian this time around. It's going to be banned away by Malaysia. With that being said, there's a lot of Assassin Heroes open once again for a Mal to pick up. The Hayabusa, that had a spectacular performance in the second series, as well as the Lancelot, which will be open, by the way, for both Malaysia and Thailand to grab. Final ban here for Thailand. Not unless they take out the Matilda, maybe even the Lilia, just to limit out the phosphor heroes here, since it's usually the case, or maybe even the Paquito can be taken out here. Seems to be a very, very
Your team is picking.
it's a very high pick rate here. So I feel like Malaysia this time they can pick the Paquito. Not unless they want Thailand to get it. It's obvious. I mean, the Glue is not open anymore. So if they go for the Matilda, Thailand can definitely answer it out with a Paquito plus probably a Lilia. So I feel like Malaysia should really secure this Paquito first. Not unless they're not comfortable
Your
with the
team is
Paquito, but it's
picking.
going to be the Paquito still for Malaysia. You don't want to give it to Thailand considering how they performed in the last game.
Yeah, you really can't afford to give that Paquito away, especially if you have the chance to actually get it first compared to the other teams. So now
Exactly.
Malaysia learning from their mistakes as they take this Paquito. But since a very, very unconventional ban here with the Fanny, along with the other players actually note. It's just that the meta is so diverse right now that there are a
Yeah.
lot of gold laners still open. The Beatrix, as you mentioned, is there. The Edith also is there. The Lilia, in fact, is still there. So a really, really diverse meta right now, opening a lot of opportunities for different heroes. So we will see the Matilda once again picked along with that Lilia. No, Esmeralda
Your team
instead
is picking.
is now been picked. So maybe Malaysia could answer with a Matilda pick of their own, as well as pick up that side laner Uranus.
Yeah, I think Thailand went with the Esmeralda instead. There's a lot of shields here for Malaysia, considering they have the Paquito. They're kind of baiting out Malaysia to bring out the Matilda as well. I mean, if they bring out the Matilda, that's a lot of shields for Esmeralda to eat. But even with that being said, I feel like Matilda, it doesn't matter. It's still a very viable pick. Gives your team additional mobility, additional ins and outs in clashes. So I feel like Malaysia could still secure in that Matilda. Depends on what they want to go for. I feel like Thailand is really baiting Malaysia to take that Matilda. Take that Matilda. We can just
Your
totally
team
eat your
is
shields
picking.
up, as well as the Kufra. That's a lot of shields for the Esmeralda to eat up. But mid goes for the Beatrix. Actually, spectacular performance in the previous series, and once again it was banned in game number 1, but right now it is going to be a priority pick here for the side of Malaysia. Now Thailand, they can answer it out with a thinking along the lines of Matilda actually would be good. I feel like Thailand wants the Matilda, therefore they actually got the Esmeralda first to bait out Malaysia to
Your
actually
team
pick
is
out
banning.
Kufra. There you go. They want the Matilda. They baited it out from Malaysia. Yeah, take the Matilda. We can actually handle it if you get
Your
the Matilda.
team
But
is
it's going to be
banning.
Thailand securing the Matilda, the Esmeralda, as well as the Lilia. Solid first 3 picks here once again from Thailand. But it's also going to be difficult to deal with Malaysia's composition here. The Paquito, the Kufra, the setups that it has.
Your
But
team
Malaysia
is
also,
banning.
once again, limiting out the hero pool or the possible
Your
jungler here
team
for
is banning.
Thailand's side. Ling also taken out here for Malaysia, preparing for a fact that it might be an EXP lane Paquito here.
I do agree. And of course, I believe that Kufra was picked up because Malaysia actually had trouble trying to infiltrate the backline of Thailand in the previous games. As you can see, Flash 1 was able to just get a good position every single time there's a clash, actually even initiating, flickering in, and then bursting down this Ling. So I believe they
Your
really need
team is
some
picking.
sort of a Kufra to be able to infiltrate the backline and eventually win the clash. Yeah.
Yep, a lot of junglers taken out here. But mind you, the Yi Sun Shin is still up for the grabs. The Bane as well as the Olus are very viable junglers here to go up against the lineup here of Malaysia. They still need a gold laner here for Thailand. Not unless it's going to be an Esmeralda gold laner. But going up against the Beatrix, it should be a Clint here for the side of Thailand. But with that being said, that's a lot of squishy heroes once again for Thailand if they do decide to go for the Clint. But in most cases, I feel like it's definitely going to be the Beatrix Clint lineup here. For the side of Thailand, it's going to be the Clint. More or less, it's like that. If you have a
Your
Beatrix,
team
you
is
definitely bring
picking.
out the Clint for the pokes as well. Final picks here for Malaysia. They need a mid laner still to go up head to head with this Lilia. I feel like Kagura would be great here with the composition of Malaysia, considering the fact how Rain performed with this Kagura. It would be great for their composition, lots of ins and out as compared to an
Your
EV.
team is
Okay,
picking.
they want to go in for the front to back line composition instead. So kind of understandable. You have the Kufra to zone out the members here, the Kufra and the Kali to zone out the members here of Thailand. You also have the backline damage dealers, which are Mint and Rain here with this Eve and Beatrix. So what's it gonna be here for Thailand? Is it gonna be a Yi Sun Shin jungler? Or is it going to be something different? Once again, Thailand continuously surprises us with new picks as well. Game number 1, we had a Eudora surprise pick, but Thailand once again perhaps would bring out this Balmond, which seems to be a meta in Thailand, which seems to be a comfort pick as well for Lois to use. So I feel like this would be great to go up against the dive heroes of Malaysia. But the biggest factor here would be the real world manipulation of the Eve. Would be a great factor up against this Balmond to get in, to reach the backlines here rather of Malaysia. So with that being said, for the very first time, once again, Thailand brings out something new here. The Balmond jungler for their side. What are your thoughts about this Balmond jungler?
I love this Balmond jungler. I actually always see this in ranked games here in the Southeast Asia server, but just the lifesteal of this Balmond easily making him a sustainable. So you can actually build a lot of damage items for this Balmond, but still have that sustainability factor because of the lifesteal that this Balmond gets. So pretty interesting pick for Thailand to get that Balmond.
Yep, especially if you give Lois here the opening or enough space to get the items, it's going to be difficult to deal with the Balmond. But I'm actually quite worried here with this Balmond pick. There's a lot of CC to actually control this Balmond. You have the Kufra, you also have the Khalid to actually deal with this Balmond. So I'm not
Yeah,
so
and
sure.
even the
And once
Paquito's
again,
knockup.
it really depends on the rotations that will be coming in from Malaysia. We saw it earlier on how Yamichi was actually able to rotate quite well in game number 2. That's quite an early burn of a flicker from the side of Malaysia. Another resource down here for the side of Malaysia. Flicker being burned here by Rain as Zanri continuously tries to invade the purple buff here of Amal, not giving him an easy time to actually farm the resources that he needs, considering the fact that earlier on, this is also what Thailand did. They were really disrupting Amal's farm, forcing him to actually use the retribution. So good call for them, as Lois is actually positioning himself to get the red buff actually of Amal. So what a surprise from Malaysia. So that was the plan all along. It was Sadri and Flash One to disrupt the farm of Amal, and while he's doing that, it was Lois getting the red buff here of Amal. So that was just Thailand just winning once again with the mind games here.
I actually expected this kind of rotation from Thailand, considering that they have this Matilda now. With this Matilda, it's a common trend that these teams having Matilda would then tends to go for the aggressive side early on in the game, as the Matilda's poking capabilities along with its sustainability and agileness pretty much gives her an advantage to do these kinds of things, to be on the aggressor side. So but that was a surprise play on the side of Thailand, as Lois indeed was able to get the red buff of Paquito. That was actually funny for me, as they try right now to invade on the tier 1 tower here in top lane. Balmond finishing it off right now with the Grand Slam against that Beatrix. Good pick off on the side of Thailand, focusing on that gold laner early on in the game. That Beatrix, you really have to watch out for Beatrix power spike later on in the game. So it's really good and really vital for Thailand to continue to gank up on that Beatrix.
Controlling mid's Beatrix this early on, considering the fact that they know how this Beatrix was adjusted. So not so much onto the early game, more onto the late game. But here comes Malaysia as well. Amal trying to go in for the turtle. Zandy is also here for the possible circling eagle, but it goes to Malaysia this time around. Yamichi with the bouncing ball onto Lois. Here comes Amal with the kill. Flash One is the next one. No black shoes being popped there. Goldilocks getting taken down as well. A 2-for-1 exchange in favor, of course, of Thailand once again.
Malaysia. Oh, I thought Malaysia actually won that clash for 2-for-1 trade. That real world manipulation set up by Rain actually bursting down that Balmond and finishing it off by Paquito. What an amazing clash on the side of Malaysia, as they were able to get that turtle along with 2 kills in that early on clash.
Yeah, you know what Malaysia is saying here? I feel like Imal, you'll do better if you just pick some sustainable jungler or the fighter jungler, which is the Paquito. But Thailand also knows how to deal with this very well. Here comes the circling eagle from Sanri, gets Yamichi in the process, but here comes the counter engage from Amal. Goldilocks on the backside takes down Yamichi, as Goldilocks also goes in for the double kill onto Lois. Like what I mentioned, this Khalid, the crowd control skills here of Malaysia can definitely deal with Lois's Balmond. So right now, with that being said, it does give some time here for Min. It does give some time here for Amal to actually go around the map to take the resources that they want. Dominance Ice being built or being a priority build here for both teams. But if you take a look at the items of Goldilocks, why is he actually getting a lot of kills here? He has the execute. He also has the Blade of Heptasis, which is actually additional damage here. Therefore, sustaining, he has the sustain, he also has the damage output.
The aggression of Thailand actually backfiring as a lot of CC, a lot of crowd control on the side of Malaysia in favor of Malaysia in that clash. Did you see that knock up by Paquito, catching two members of Thailand off guard and finishing them off? What an amazing clash by the side of Malaysia.
Rain already has the Ice Queen one this early of a game, but Goldilocks on a killing spree on the bot side. This time doing much better, but the steal here from Lois with a lethal counter on point, getting the third pull here for Thailand, as now Malaysia will have to reset on that. Goldilocks looking so good so far with this Kali. By the way, I'm actually wondering why he's getting a lot of kills. He is on the high and dry emblem, which means there is additional damage when there's only one person in the lane, which makes him a threat actually to go up against someone like Izzy, to go up against someone like Zanri. And speaking of Zanri, does get knocked up here by Yamichi. Here comes Thailand and Malaysia for the possible engage. Here comes these stuns, these knockups here from Yamichi. Amal also goes in. Black bombs here from our Lilia as Izzy tries to go in for the damage. Goldilocks in the midst of it, also sustaining it, and goes in for the dive and gets Izzy as well. Here comes the bouncing ball from Yamichi, forces Lois to go back, but will they go for the dive? Real world manipulation in the backline, catches Lois in the process as well. Proper timing, proper coordination from the Malaysian team this time around, and I'm seeing in the comment section hashtag Malaysian pride and go Malaysia, come back stronger, and they are definitely looking real good here in this game number 2, controlling Thailand's aggression this time with, of course, Yamichi's Kufra, with Goldilocks Kali that has been doing so well in this game number 2.
Proper coordination indeed. Actually, I thought Malaysia was about to back off, but the Raging Sandstorm coming from that Khaled, securing that CC control over the remaining members of Thailand, and actually Paquito finishing off the remaining members. And Paquito was about to die actually, but that Kufra was able to save him, and that real-world manipulation on the side of Eve, finishing off the jungler of Thailand. Play after play set by this Malaysian team. The resilience and, of course, the discipline and coordination of Malaysia paying off right now as we approach the 7-minute mark now. They will try to get this turtle. They already have a good position here in turtle, but the forces of Thailand actually re-engaging, trying to go for that Kufra. Kufra, I think, is overextending, but the flicker will be expanded. Certainly Eagle on that Kufra. Kufra will still live as both teams will try to disengage, but no! Khaled's still going right after that Matilda. Matilda will go down as Lois will get that turtle, but the clash is still on with that Tyrant Rage and Tyrant Revenge on that Balmond. Thailand forces forced to back out as 5 members of Malaysia still standing tall despite Thailand getting that turtle. A 2-for-none trade on the side of Malaysia, but Paquito still going right after that Lilia.
Oh, he's gonna get punished. He's gonna get
And I
punished.
think he will get punished indeed by that Lilia. Will that Lilia reach that Paquito? No, instead. But Matilda and, of course, that Clint still trying to go for that Paquito. Paquito forced to back out, but will the reinforcements of Malaysia make something happen? No, they just instead show to be able to tell Thailand that, nope, you have to disengage, but we see someone over here, Khaled. Raging Sandstorm will not be cast yet as the burst capability of that Clint damaging and bursting that Khaled in the process. Good counter set after counter set for both teams, but I will give the point to Malaysia. A 2-0 initiation on the side. Certainly Eagle will be
crazy.
suspended here on the side of Khaled. The clashes don't stop, BK. It just continues to
but
pile up. Amazing.
It's Exactly. Goldilocks is on a rampage with this Khalid. I mean, if he didn't, he's so working so hard to actually redeem himself from the last match. Here comes the real manipulation as well here on the top side. Rain on the back side, but here comes Flash One to the rescue. Black shoes being popped here as well as Lois tries to go in for the tank for Yambichi, but you are so wrong there as Goldilocks is now unstoppable. Hasaki tries to go in for the dives, getting first down here by Flash One as Goldilocks once again will be able to sustain all the damage here. My oh my, Goldilocks on this Kali with the execute as well to get that additional damage. So Malaysia is being very aggressive this time around. They got in two towers and right now Imal is going for the Lord. Thailand will possibly contest this one considering how aggressive that Thailand can go as well. So one little counter here can actually steal the Lord, can actually disrupt the Lord. But with that being said, he also micromanages the lane. But once again, Zamri gets caught here by the crowd control skills of Malaysia as the Lord is still up for the grabs. Flash One is trying to go in. Black is being popped up here. Lois on the back side getting damaged here by Rain with the superior positioning, but the shutdown on the Goldilocks. Malaysia still gets the Lord and a mega kill for a foul, a one for a wipeout trade up against Thailand. If they got the wipeout earlier on, it is Malaysia right now on a rampage up against Thailand. Looking really good so far. All the political, all the magic and physical damage penetration is all here. What Thailand really lacks here is the crowd control skills. They only have the Balma, they only have Esmeralda. Finally, the shutdown, the crowd control is here. A little bit too much of an overstay here for Malaysia as the shutdown also onto mid there while the Lord is up for the grabs. I'm actually wondering why they didn't wait for the Lord. A little bit too overconfident from Malaysia, but they are still winning this one after all with a 4K gold lead.
It's crazy. The clashes seem to not end as both teams keep re-engaging every time they have the chance to re-engage. They will take it. A good falling star moon on the side of that Esmeralda with that lethal counter to finish off that Beatrix. What a good counter play on the side of Thailand as they easily burst down the Lord, still securing all their inhibitor towers as they will try a push themselves. But the real world manipulation and the raging sandstorm will be casted and expended. No clashes will pursue as both teams back off. I'm amazed how Thailand was able to actually, micromanage what was happening. I couldn't believe Malaysia didn't wait for the Lord, but Thailand's aggression showing and giving them the benefit of actually taking two members of Malaysia and bringing down the Lord with all their inhibitor towers still intact.
Yeah, mind you, there's an additional goal that's gonna go to Thailand after those two shutdowns. It's actually crucial to get the shutdown on heroes that are either on a killing spree on an unstoppable streak. So with that gold lead, it should be able to equalize a little bit for Thailand. But Lois goes on to clearing the minion wave here, not doing so well with his Balmond this time. Yes, he did get the first blood, but the way this is being played out by Malaysia is they are using their crowd control skills to its fullest potential. You have the Kufra for the setups. You also have the Raging Sandstorm from Goldilocks, and all they need to do is for Mint to bring out the bullet shower, and at the same time you also have Rain in the back line. So with the front to back line composition, I have to give it to Malaysia here. But here comes Sasaki as well on the top side, trying to take in some towers instead. But here comes Malaysia. They know Hasaki's here, but this is an Esmeralda we are talking about. They are trying to take Hasaki down, but there are a lot of shields as well from the side of Malaysia. So it is going to be at least Malaysia putting in some effort to get in some objectives here.
We will be expecting another Lord Pit clash here in today's game as Thailand being able to be the aggressor this time. Esmeralda Hasaki actually going in the Lord Pit to zone out that Paquito. But the forces of Malaysia trying to be patient, trying to bait out the skills of Thailand as they wait out for a mistake here right now. But both teams are still disciplined, actually focusing on the resources instead. instead of actually forcing that Lord take, forcing a clash, or forcing anything to happen. So good discipline on both sides of the team. But as you can see, Malaysia will now try to go for that Lord. Yamichi casting that Tyrant's Rage. Will he connect? Connects on that Balmond. Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge on that Balmond. While that Beatrix, 3 hits from the back line. Balmond will go down with the counter set on the Falling Star Moon on that Esmeralda. That Lilia also with that blitz, still trying to force Malaysia to continue to back as Esmeralda doesn't stop right now. Kupak forced to recall. Real world manipulation will be used, but Paquito bringing the Clint down. Esmeralda tries to engage, but the Circling Eagles will connect as they try to bring down that Khaled. Paquito still standing strong. 2 on 2. Nothing. Oh my gosh. What is happening? No one's the clear winner here. Both teams expending 3 members each, but Paquito continues to go for that Matilda. Will he actually bring that Matilda down? Bouncing ball on that 2 for first speed boost. But you have to remember that Malaysia has the Lord. Good setup on the side of Yamichi to actually get that Tyrant's Revenge on that Balmond, casting that Tyrant's Rage right after killing Balmond in the process. But the comeback, the Falling Star Moon of that Esmeralda, catching 3 Malaysian players off guard, leading the charge to a counter attack. 3-4-3 trade for both sides of Malaysia and Thailand, but we have to give that clash to Malaysia as they were able to bring down an inhibitor tower here in the mid lane.
Yeah, you can kind of see why Thailand actually prioritized that Esmeralda. You can see it being put to work right now. A lot of shields being eat up, and at the same time, if you take a look at the items here of Malaysia, there's not much counter towards Hasaki's Esmeralda. There is the dominance ice here from Yamichi, but for the rest of the teams, it's mostly the damage items. So right after Yamichi is there, who can actually control Hasaki here? He's just going to be taking all your shields. There's a lot of shields here for Malaysia. There's also a lot of crowd control. So right now, the biggest problem here, or the hero that can actually control Malaysia here will be Hasaki, who's, by the way, doing a split push on the bot side. Now our score is 20-10. Malaysia, of course, leading this one with a 3k gold lead up against Thailand. But I feel like Malaysia, once again, they have to set up for those team fights because they are winning all those team fights, especially since they have to utilize the fact that they have an Eve in terms of the clash. They can definitely win it 30 seconds before the Lord is up for the grabs. With the map control, it is definitely going to be Malaysia who's going to take this, but I feel like Thailand will not give it freely to Malaysia. They definitely have to contest this one since this is going to be the second Lord of the game, the Luminous Lord, by the way.
Yes, indeed, Thailand really has to force a clash here in the Lord Pit to be able to steal that Lord or at least complete a wipeout. But I'm still surprised that Thailand, despite the 10 kill deficit, isn't afraid to be aggressive, isn't afraid to initiate, isn't afraid to have a counter attack. So I'm really amazed by how the resilience is actually showing right now as Beatrix will try to bring that Matilda, but the Circling Eagle will connect. Still not enough to deal damage. Tyrant's Rage on that Balmond, and that... What is happening? Continuing to clash. Malaysia standing their ground as the real world manipulation
Hasaki
will bring that flame down. Hasaki trying his best to sustain the attack and to deal damage. The Falling Star Moon will connect, able to dodge that Tyrant's Rage, but shutting down Eve in the process. Beatrix couldn't deal enough damage to burst out that Esmeralda. Amazing plays, amazing solo plays for Thailand, for that Hasaki, but now they will have to deal with this Lord because it's pretty much Malaysia with the free Lord unless
One
the Falling Star
Moon can
will
do the trick.
defeat the next. Oh, I believe it's still on cooldown as Hasaki continues to back away. What an extraordinary effort for Hasaki along with the side of Malaysia, but sadly, it wasn't enough. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Yep, you see how Hasaki is really buying so much time here for Thailand. I mean, the way he is able to take down damage dealers like Mint as well as Raid. It's just impeccable. If you take a look at the build here of Hasaki, there's Dominus Ice as well as the Ice Queen 1, which means every time she goes in for the Falling Star move or the combos of the Esmeralda, it's going to be difficult to actually escape that. But Lois kind of lost here. You're not going back to your own base. You are actually going to the base of Malaysia. But with that being said, though, Thailand on the offensive side, they have to take down this Lord as Amal is still trying to chase down Lois there. Lois buying so much time here for the members of Thailand. But finally, Immortality being burned here by Hasaki. Real world manipulation as well by Rain onto the backside. Shuts down Hasaki finally. That is the hero that they need to take down as Malaysia. They are still up, alive, and kicking. They take down the middle tower on the top side. Tyrant's Rage by Yamichi getting Sandy in the process. Lois in the backline takes down Yamichi, gets punished there, but Lois also takes down Goldilocks in the process. Now Malaysia, they have to do a reset here. They don't have their frontliners, so they have to do a reset. Still a good defense here by Thailand.
Good defense on the side of Thailand, but I still can't get over the fact that Lois bought so much time for Thailand as Paquito continued to chase after that Balmond. They were able to burst down the Lord and save one inhibitor tower for the side of Thailand. Good plays on the side of Lois. He was able to die on the hands of that Paquito. I would actually commend Lois for that amazing effort to delay the attack of Malaysia.
Yeah, speaking of Lois, if you take a look at these items, there's not so much like damage items. It's more on the sustain right now. But if you take a look at the damage items, Thailand will definitely rely on Flash One as well as Izzy on this Clint that has secured the Berserker's Fury and the Malefic Roar. So it's going to be additional physical penetration here for the Clint. So with one proper positioning here from the damage dealers of Thailand, and especially Hasaki with the Falling Star Moon, it is going to be crucial here for the members here of Thailand to actually get in those crucial pickoffs that they need. What they need to do here is for Thailand to actually take down Min or Rain. The biggest problem when it comes to the clashes, that's really who they need to take down. But Malaysia knows that very well. So I feel like Yamichi here and Imal will do their best to protect Min and Rain as well. So now Goldilocks is on the verge of doing a split push as the second lord, or rather the third lord of the game is up for the grabs. And with the positioning here, with the map control, it is going to be Malaysia that has it. But take a look at the positioning as well of Lois there for a possible steal on the lord. But take a look at that as well. Yamichi getting chunked down real low. Mid also on the backside, getting chased down here by Lois. Isolated flash here by both of our teams. The roamer down here for the side of Malaysia, as there's also a lot of minion waves on the top side. So both of these teams, they are looking for ways to for Thailand, they're looking for ways to actually extend the game. And as for Malaysia, they need to actually control Hasaki here. But right now, it seems to be a turn of tides here for Thailand as they go in for the look.
Will Thailand be able to secure this Lord as Imal eyeing for an opportunity to strike back against Thailand? Thailand wisely disengaging as Mint here trying to go for a push, but will go down in the hands of that Lilia. Circling Eagle on that Eve, on that Galit with a quick sand. What is happening? What a turn of events. Thailand still going right after that. But Paquito turned things around, popping that ult of that Balmond. No, Balmond will die. What is happening? Another counter set on the side of Thailand. Back and forth banter for both teams. No clear winner here on both teams as Malaysia will lose 2 members of their team in expense for the jungler of Thailand, but clashes seem to never end in this game as we reach the 23-minute mark. What an amazing turn of events for Thailand!
Yeah, so many mind games that are being played here for both Thailand and Malaysia. I saw that Mid was actually trying to go for the split push, but actually that was a really bad call as Mid gets taken down. And right after that, it was just the other members of Thailand doing isolated clashes with the members of Malaysia, therefore buying them some more time in this game. And speaking of the game, we are heading on to the late game. 22 minutes. It would be so nice to actually have those late game heroes like the
Yeah,
Sicilian. Would be
Sicilian.
great to have the Aldous as well. They can definitely shine in this situation. But with that being said, the only heroes here, when it comes to the late game, not so much of a late game heroes, more of the execution right now. Mid in a dangerous position. Once again, he does have the immortality here. Here comes Yamichi to the rescue, but the bombs, the slows coming in from Flash once again takes down Yamichi with the lethal counter here from Royce. But with that being said, the roamer is gone. It's going to be really hard to do the setups. It's going to be hard to have those crowd control skills. But Mid, once again, good thing he has the immortality, is able to escape that one. A Mal trying to get Lois here, who is actually quite tanky in this case already. And if you take a look at these items, there are no damage items like what I mentioned. It is just the War Axe here for Lois, so which means that every time he goes in for the clash, he can totally sustain right now. So the tankiness of Lois can actually be seen in this case. Not just Lois actually, even Hasaki and Zari are quite tanky right now.
But Lois will be forced back to disengage as he needs that life steal to be able to re-engage here in the potential clash, as Clint trying to poke that Paquito. The Lord will reset. Beatrix on the other hand at the top lane trying to split push, trying to distract Thailand as they will able to be clear that minion wave in the top lane. Good effort on the side of Lois. I actually admire sustainability and his damage, that lifesteal capability of Lois. The jungler, when will you see a jungler actually leading the charge and taking most damage being expended by Malaysia right now? So good pick for Thailand with that Balmond, but now they have to deal with a good position of Malaysia, as Malaysia here with an early good position here in the Lord pick, as Kufra will try to zone out that Balmond, but now they will focus their attacks on that Matilda. Matilda will try to engage this Paquito, circling Eagle on that Paquito. Yes, indeed, it will connect, but no follow-up will come. Tyrant's Rage on that Balmond. Balmond will fall down in the hands of no, it will pop up his immortality as the Lord is still alive. Who will take this Lord? Paquito actually took down the Lord. Cooper still alive, but the members of
But if it's
Malaysia,
a wipeout,
one member left for the side of Malaysia, and that is their roamer. What a turn of events again for Thailand. Sacrificing the opportunity to get the Lord, but they actually almost completed a wipeout as they try to zone out this Kufra and burn down this Lord. They will eventually
they can actually go for it.
Tower and
They
actually
can go for it.
No Tyrant Rage left. Kufra still sustainable. Uses that flicker to flicker out and save himself from the potential death. But the falling Star Moon will connect. Continues to go right after that Kufra. Kufra forced it back as the GG push will commence for the side of Malaysia.
Oh my goodness, Thailand.
No! Thailand!
It's Thailand! Yeah, it's Thailand! Yeah, I kind of understand your sentiments. I understand totally. Like, it was just Malaysia winning that one. But what just happened there? The same question that Ingen was asking all this time. 26-22, of course. It was just Flash one once again, this time not with the Eudora but with the Lilia. He was able to spam out all those bombs, actually slowing down here the members that go in for the dive, Imal, Goldilocks, as well as Yamichi. Therefore, those slows gave Izzy as well as Hasaki the proper timing to do those falling star moon, at the same time for Izzy to do those free hits on this clip. If you take a look at the stats, there's a lot, of course. The gold laners did a lot of pushes here for both Mid as well as Izzy. But the biggest factor here was how Hasaki was able to buy so much time. Not just Hasaki, even Lois actually buying so much time here for the members of Thailand to have that super epic comeback. I actually thought it was Malaysia that will be getting that one. A lot of overstay actually for Malaysia. It was a great start for them where Lois got the first blood with the lethal counter onto Mid, actually controlling him in the early stages stages of the game, a majority of the turtles, majority of the objectives went to Malaysia. Every time they have a clash, it was them winning it. It was because of the real world manipulation here of Rain, with the impeccable positioning that it had, and not to mention the crowd control skills here from Malaysia was just so on point. Take a look at that one wombo combo here from Emal did the trick, and not to mention how Goldilocks was able to shine on this Khalid on the early stages of the game, using the execute, using the Raging Sandstorm here to take down the squishy members here from the side of Thailand. But the game changer here was how the isolated clashes happened in the last stages of the game was really such a treat to watch here. Malaysia, they had the crowd control skills, they had the tanky heroes this time, but it was just Thailand winning all the micromanagement, winning all the macro management as well. It was just Thailand knowing their winning condition every time, despite the fact that it was not to their condition, it was not to their advantage actually in the early stages of the game. They got picked off time after time here by both Mid and Rain. But I really have to commend Flash One in the late stages of the game as well. The bombs really made so much of a difference in the clash. So it wasn't just Rain's real world manipulation, it was also the bombs coming in from Flash One. Although they didn't really shine that much in the early stages of the game, but it was still Malaysia getting all the lords. I was actually wondering why they forced out the Lord Clash, wherein they knew already for a fact that Flash One was there. There was the possible setup from the members of Thailand to grab the Lord, but they still forced it out anyway. But after 3 Lord takes, after 4 Lord takes, this was actually, I think it was a possible GG push, but unfortunately enough, there was the falling star moon here from Hasaki taking down 3 members here from the side of Malaysia. It was a little bit too much of an overstay here for Mid as well as Amal, therefore being punished there. But once again, the second or the third lord of this game went to once again Malaysia this time around. Isolated clashes every time, but I think it was Thailand just knowing who to deal with first, and right after that, it was just snowball from there. You see how Hasaki was able to do all those tower dives on the low HP members. Take a look at that. He's just eating up the shields here from the members of Malaysia, which goes to show why Thailand actually prioritized the Esmeralda instead of the Matilda for their first picks here. So it did really well for them. Hasaki did his job very well, but take a look at the members of both Malaysia and Thailand. Every time they have clashes, it was just Malaysia winning it. But the last clash for Malaysia and Thailand sealed the deal here for Thailand to actually win this game with an epic comeback.
Yes, I do agree. And the name of the game was actually Overstaying, as my favorite part was when Lois was running away from Imal, and Imal was just trying to get Lois despite his team actually pushing for the inhibitor towers. And of course, that time when Hasaki was micromanaging both the Eve and of course that Khalid, which led to a death of their main roamer, that Kufra, which extended the game to the 20+ minute mark. So amazing isolation plays on the side of Thailand. A little bit of overcommitment for Malaysia, which led them eventually to lose the game. But that final clash was so amazing. Despite Yamichi actually performing the Tyrant's Rage and the Tyrant's Revenge on that Balmond, Hasaki's zoning capabilities was more than enough to avoid that follow through and to burst down that Balmond. So credit goes to Hasaki's performance, a one-of-a-kind performance for this XP laner, this Esmeralda. I have to give not all the credit, but I have to give a lot of credit to that Esmeralda by Hasaki.
Yep, you see why they prioritized it. I did mention that there's a lot of shields and it did very well for the team of Thailand. An epic comeback for this team. A great debut, by the way, in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia for Thailand. Not losing any games so far in the group stages, but unfortunately this time around for Malaysia, it was a different story. If they had a clean sweep up against Singapore, it was different in the case of Thailand. Knowing how to deal with the composition of Malaysia. What a spectacular treat to watch epic comebacks happen, especially for our Thailand fans, but also Malaysian fans. Don't don't be wary of what just happened. I mean, you guys had a clean sweep earlier on, and of course, like what you mentioned, come back stronger the next time around. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing more of the Malaysian teams in the upcoming days of the Invitational. But right now, I want to know what the thoughts of our lovely host, Miss Aya, are in the past epic games of Thailand's very first debut match here in the Invitational. Miss Aya, what do you think about Thailand's performance?
Yes, please, Miss Aya, give us your analysis.
No, I definitely can't give an analysis. Wait, sorry, I can hear myself. Okay, there we go. Yes, okay, we're clean now. We're in the clear. So I definitely can't give you guys an analysis. Thank you so much for that, Ian. But I actually got goosebumps as we saw the same story from Malaysia versus Singapore earlier in the games today, getting them a clean sweep themselves. And I would have to agree with BK that you don't have to be sad or about the matches today, because Malaysia also had their time to shine earlier against Singapore, but now it's Thailand's spotlight and teams are looking so good, and a good way to kickstart the series and prepare ourselves for the upcoming SEA Games. If you're gonna ask me, I've mentioned before that I just didn't want to get into Malaysia's bad side. When they're put into a corner, the more aggression we see from them. But I also definitely wouldn't want Thailand either, because even with just one tower standing, actually none at all, down to the last drop, Thailand continued to push forward, show dominance towards Malaysia, and they said that we will not have it, not today, Malaysia. And they're actually just kind of waiting for the opposing team to make a mistake. And fortunately, the odds were in their favor, and Thailand comes out as the victors, the valiant victors, with a 2-0 in our final series. Very commendable for their resilience, the tactic, and of course the fire in their hearts that was never put out, that never gave up. That's why, guys, never give up on your dreams. But also, I feel like I would owe it to the viewers who always believe in their teams, that they keep saying, come back Malaysia, come back Thailand. And I feel that kind of a positive energy just added to the winning factors of today's game. Yet again, congratulations to all of the participants for today. Another story well written, as again, Thailand secures a clean sweep for Game 2 and Match 3 in our RAZER C Invitational. So let's just have a recap for what happened in Day 1. Inga Nation and BK, can you give us a summary of today's happenings?
Surprise first time happenings here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. Of course, we can't forget and discredit the very first savage that we've seen coming from Vietnam's one and only Joe with that YSS. And it's actually an epic comeback for Vietnam as well, as they take down Indonesia. And of course, who can forget Malaysia's performance when they came from an epic comeback for themselves. Actually, VK, you said it yourself, one hit remaining on that base, but sadly Singapore couldn't push through, couldn't go for that GG push, eventually turning a potential loss to the greatest epic comeback we've seen so far in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. Now, how can you forget the resilience of Thailand, going with unconventional picks, going with that Balmond core, that Balmond jungler? What an amazing pick off. And of course, Flash One's performance as a counter pick for Eudora, going with the basics, going with the clear mindset that I will be this Eudora to counter out your lane. Amazing happenings for the Day 3 of RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia for the Group B stages.
Yep, well said,
Wow.
Ingan. Actually, recapped all my thoughts. Actually, you mentioned the first Savage, as well as the epic comebacks from both Malaysia and Thailand. So it's such a treat for both all of our fans, for Malaysian fans, for Thailand fans, as well as Indonesian fans for today. You guys performed well, so you'll be seeing more of your teams in the upcoming days in the Invitational. But I would also like to highlight Aya and Ingan here that there are a lot of surprise picks today, which is actually something is actually close to my heart. I am a fan of underrated heroes. I'm a fan of underdog heroes that aren't, sometimes they're already forgotten in the meta. So I would have to point out also that for the very first time today, we've seen a Balmond, yes, a jungler Balmond, a Eudora as well for the boss 4 position, a D-Rod in the EXP lane, as well as the Kali for the very first time. A great performance here, but so far, let's see how it will pan out for the next few days. We've seen the metas in the different regions, and right now, maybe you guys want to try it out in the rank games. But you know what? It's up to you guys if you want to try it out, or you maybe want to experiment in your classic games. Who knows? You might have a new favorite hero under your belt.
I can just feel that Ingan and BK is just so fired up right now. I mean, we were all tired. We've been hosting and
Aya,
casting for I
mind
think
blown.
7 to 8, but it actually gave the fire back. Like we also feel alive after those games that we've witnessed tonight. So just to give you a little bit of a summary, I think we've got one stalemate for day 3. That is Vietnam versus Indonesia. So we'll be having a tiebreaker for that one of these days. But 2 clean sweeps. That is Malaysia versus Singapore. Malaysia with a 2-0, and then Malaysia versus Thailand. Yes, Malaysia versus Thailand, and Thailand retaking that win with a clean sweep as well. And woo, so what can we expect for tomorrow's day 3, or did you guys were able to mention it?
Yeah, actually,
Not
for
yet?
tomorrow, not yet. We haven't mentioned what's going to be happening
Okay.
tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be exciting.
What can we yeah, okay.
So
Definitely
things to expect for tomorrow.
Oh, so
I'll
go
just
ahead,
say
Dingen.
it.
The
So
floor
things
is
to
yours.
expect for tomorrow. First series, Singapore versus Vietnam. And of course, the second series will be Singapore again, going up against Indonesia. And the last series, Vietnam with that first Savage versus Thailand, coming off a 2-0 sweep against Malaysia. Exciting, fiery, and of course, unexpected matches for tomorrow's event in the Day 4 RAZER International Southeast Asia.
And of course, that concludes our day 3 again for the RAZER C Invitational 2022 MLBB division. But we have more action for you guys tomorrow. So we want to see you same time, same place, Team RAZER in FB page, and 3 p.m. Yes, 3 p.m. onwards to
Yeah,
see the
3 p.m.
same group play. Yes, play against each other tomorrow. Let's see if the stories will be rewritten again, or will it stay the same? So once again, my name's Aya Isberia, along with our awesome and energetic casters, Inga Nation and Burger Kim. Special thanks to RAZER and Tier 1 Entertainment for making this tournament possible. But that was it. That is it for now. See you guys tomorrow, and good night. Bye.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.